do a roll call for the commissioners, and that will be facilitated by staff.
Commissioner Barrett.
Here.
Commissioner Berry.
Here.
Commissioner Burrows.
Here.
Commissioner Krasik.
Here.
Commissioner Leverett.
Here.
Commissioner Rosenfield. Here.
Here.
Commissioner Scott.
Here.
Commissioner Vela is not here, so we do have a quorum.
Okay, thank you. I just want to point out, if you would like to make a comment, you can fill out a comment card and pass it to one of the end commissioners, and they will pass it towards the center. Comments that were made before Wednesday at 12 p.m. Have been put into our staff reports. Otherwise, comments that were posted after that time have been forwarded to staff, to commissioners. Now it is time for the report of the chair and the vice chair. I have nothing to report.
Nothing to report.
Great. Now it is time for open forum. So this is a time where commissioners may bring up some kind of topic that was not on the agenda. This is items regarding planning, zoning, general land use items not on the agenda. This will be limited to 10 minutes. Are there any commissioners that have items for open forum?
I just want to point out that you skipped the report of the director.
Oh, yes, thank you. Okay. All right, so are there any other comments for open forum? Okay. We will now move on to the consent agenda. The consent agenda are items that are not expected to take a lot of time, and we may be able to move quickly through, depending on how the commission feels. So there are 3 items on the consent agenda today. The first is an approval for planned development and design review for a property at 145 East, 1300 South. And then the other 2 items are approval for the meeting minutes for September 24th and October 8th. I would be looking for a motion on the consent agenda. So if you would like to move something off of the consent agenda, you can make that motion. But otherwise, we either need a approval, denial, or a suggestion to remove an item from the consent agenda. Oh.
I guess I would advise that we pull the design review and plan development at approximately 145 East, 1300 South off of the consent agenda and move it to the regular agenda.
Okay. Is that you suggesting approval of the consent agenda with the modification that we do that?
Is that the appropriate method?
Yes.
So moved.
Okay. Do we have a second for approval of the consent agenda with a modification to remove the approval of the design review and plan development?
I'll second that.
Okay, so we have a approval of the consent agenda with one modification. That approves the meeting minutes for September 24th and October 8th. Now we will move on to the regular agenda, and with the modification that was just made.
But we have to
need a vote.
Oh, thank you. I'm just bustling along today. I don't know what's happening. Okay, so I would like to turn it over to staff for the vote on the consent agenda.
Commissioner Barrett.
Yes.
Commissioner Berry.
No.
Commissioner Burrows.
Yes.
Commissioner Krasik,
No.
Commissioner Leverett,
Yes to the removal, abstaining from the minutes.
Commissioner Rosenfield,
Yes.
Commissioner
Actually, wait, yes to the removal and abstaining from the minutes. My
Thank you.
apologies.
Commissioner Scott.
No.
That motion passes 4-3 with 2 abstentions on the minutes.
Okay. So now, with that approval, that item for the plan development will move to the regular agenda and becomes the first item. And we now will have a presentation by staff for this review at 145 East, 1300 South.
All right, let's get that loaded in here. Okay. All right. Is that showing up okay? All right, great. All right, thank you so much. Good evening, commissioners. I am Grant Amon. I will be representing the Plan Development and Design Review at 145 East, 1300 South today. This is the subject property. You'll see State Street there to the left of that blue outline. The property is currently a strip mall known as Lincoln Plaza. The proposal for the property consists of 42 apartments, 95 townhomes, and 1 clubhouse, as well as open space. This development requires approval from 2 separate planning processes and will therefore require 2 separate motions. Both items are administrative and will not require City Council approval. Also important to note is that the applicant applied for the request earlier this year when the zoning designation was still CC, Community Commercial, for this property. Now the zoning district has been updated as a part of the Mixed Use Consolidation Ordinance, and it's now zoned MU5 as of October 8th, but today it will be reviewed under the standards applicable to the CC zoning district. For both petitions, staff is recommending that the commission approve the requests. I wanted to start with the site as it exists to help provide context. The left photo is looking east from State Street. The right is looking northeast from 1300 South. And then here are 2 images from the current proposal. These are the 2 buildings that would be located on 1300 South, that front right there on 13th. These are the only 2 buildings with frontage along 1300 South. These buildings are significant because the design review portion of the request applies to the height of these 2 buildings. Here is the site plan of the project with all 12 buildings represented. As you can see, the 2 apartment buildings are located there along 13th South, and the rest of the buildings are townhomes. Each townhome and apartment unit includes 2 parking stalls inside of a garage. There's very limited surface parking on the project. Next, the 2 modifications that the applicant is requesting, starting with the plan development request. First, the applicant is requesting reduction from the front yard from 15 feet down to approximately 8 feet along 13th South. And then second, the applicant is requesting a reduction in the corner side yards from 15 feet to approximately 8 feet along State Street and approximately 9 feet along 200 East, as you see there. In order to meet the standards for plan development approval, the proposal must meet 1 of 6 plan development objectives. The applicant has chosen to seek the objectives.
Sorry, will you pause just for a second?
Yeah, totally.
If you are here to talk on an item and you don't have a seat, if you wouldn't mind going to the secondary, we have a secondary room that's opened to be able to talk to your item. You will be able to have the opportunity to come from that room for this one once your item is up. But if you wouldn't mind, please sitting in the other room if you haven't gotten a seat, that would be great. Thank you for that pause.
Yes, of course, no worries. I can't see what's going on behind me, so appreciate that. The applicant is seeking the planned development objective C.2, which states the proposal includes housing types that are not commonly found in the existing neighborhood, but are of a scale that is typical to the neighborhood. So that's what they're seeking. The applicant states that the project encourages efficient use of land and infrastructure with a design that clusters townhomes and apartments around shared open space and a clubhouse. The applicant states that this design helps to ensure compact development that supports walkability and community interaction. Staff agrees that the general design of the development will support walkability along State Street and 13th South due to the building entrances and design elements that exist along the public rights-of-way. Staff also agrees that the site encourages efficient use of the land, especially compared to the existing use, which does not maximize the underlying zone. Currently, there are no housing units on the property when the CC zone does permit them. And then second half of this, we do have a design review modification request as well. The applicant is seeking a modification from the height requirement of 30 feet in the CC zoning district to a requested 45 feet. The CC district requires design review for this request. The new proposed height will be approximately 39 feet 7 inches, so a little bit less than the height that they're seeking, but just make it easier. This height will apply to these two buildings, the two buildings that were along 13th South, which are apartments, and then the clubhouse building as well, which is located here. The same height modification is being requested for the clubhouse building. In order to meet the standards for design review, the applicant has to also include above standard design elements. The applicant has included above standard facade design detailing, durable materials, and glazing percentages to offset the request. The full design review is in the staff report, but staff finds that the proposal includes enhanced design elements to divide large building masses into heights and sizes that relate to pedestrian scale. Building facades that exceed 200 feet in length include changes in the vertical plane, material changes, and massing changes appropriate and sufficient. Finally, staff is recommending approval of both petitions with the condition that all signage and lighting be delegated to staff for final review. With that, thank you. That concludes my presentation. The applicant is here. I am also happy to take any questions at this time. Thanks.
Great. If we can have the applicant come up to discuss this item. We will give you 10 minutes to be able to discuss. You don't have to take that whole time if you don't want, but feel free to take the 10 minutes to discuss the item.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to come and share what we have planned here. My name is Josh Smith, representing Urban Alfondre and the other investors and owners in the project. We're really excited about this project here. Like Grant has presented so well, we believe that this project not only takes this site that has been underdeveloped for a long time and reaches its full potential, but mainly just adds new housing options into the market, into the surrounding neighborhood, into the Salt Lake market at large. We try to focus on family-sized housing so we can offer different options rather than trying to buy a home that can be very expensive or trying to rent somewhere downtown that can also be very expensive. This is kind of that middle option, gets you a larger unit, a little bit more space, a little bit more community around you, rather than having to go downtown for an apartment that's small and doesn't have the amenities that maybe you're looking for. All of these units are either 2-bedroom or 3-bedroom units, so they have really great options for families, for people who want to come and live near downtown, but maybe not quite so in the heart of downtown. As Grant has so keenly described for us, we are seeking for a couple of different things with the design review and plan development. I would like to note, as you can see on the site plan, the setback that we're asking to be reduced on 1300 South is actually only reduced in a very small portion. The road tapers to the bank there at the corner of 13th South and State Street. Thus, the almost 15-foot setback that we have along nearly the entire facade is just slightly pinched near the west side of building A2. So it is something that we had to request, but we feel it is fairly minor to the overall design. We have heard some comments before today of some concern of the height request. We'd like to assure the neighbors that we're very conscious of the height request, as most of the homes are 2-story, 1-story buildings. We don't want to overshadow or cause any concern there. As Grant also said, the height is only for those 2 buildings on 13th South and the clubhouse. All other buildings not only by design, but by requirement from fire, will be 3 stories, 30 feet or less. We have to meet that for those requirements as well. So we're really excited. We've put a lot of thought into the design. Grant, do you have the any other materials to present, the renderings or anything? So this one here, we spent a lot of time with our architects on these 2 facades. We have a couple of our architects here. If there are any questions on that, I'm sure they're also happy to answer. But we do want to assure everyone we care about the community, and we want it to feel like a community. Part of the reason for the height request on these 2 buildings is so we can have outdoor space. These are apartment-style townhomes, so you have residences on the 2nd floor and the 3rd floor, and by requesting that slight increase in height from 30 to 35 or 39 feet, we can actually give every single unit in these 2 buildings outdoor space. So you can get balconies off your 2nd floor, or you can get a rooftop deck off of your 3rd floor apartment. So we're really excited to be able to bring people outside, bring them to the street, give them somewhere where they can enjoy the beautiful neighborhood around them, and not only enjoy that from their unit, but encourage them to get outside into the neighborhood. As you can see on the bottom building, we've branded it with Liberty Wells. We love the Liberty Wells area. Someone in our office actually lives in the Liberty Wells neighborhood. He talks to me all about Liberty Park and being able to bike to work, and that's something that we want to encourage. As far as parking goes, every single unit has a 2-car garage, whether tandem or side-by-side, and then we do have a few off-street parking stalls for future residents and staff to make sure that we keep as much parking on the site as we possibly can. So we think it's a great addition to the neighborhood. We think it'll provide a lot of great housing, another option for families, another option that's really not quite found in the neighborhood right now. We've got another product just like this that we just finished in the same ballpark neighborhood, and it's been well received. People love the design, and they love being able to walk past it and enjoy it. So we hope that we can get approved tonight and bring something really great to the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I would like to open a public comment on this item. If there is anyone that would like to make comment on this item, you may step to the mic. Okay, we've got one public comment, and then for those who are in the waiting room, if you would like to make public comment, sorry, if you wouldn't mind stepping to the mic back there, that'd be great. And you will, so if you're in the waiting room and you would like to speak to this item, please come over quickly so that we can hear you. And then you will have 2 minutes to talk. If you are a representative from a community council, you will have 5 minutes. When you step to the mic, please state your name clearly so it can be copied into the record. So now you're up, 2 minutes, please state your name.
Yeah, so I'm Todd Draper, and for clarification, yes, I'm an urban planner, and yes, I live within 300 feet of this proposal. I do think that reading through all 105 pages of this staff report, the staff has done an exceptional job of trying to put a lot of lipstick on this pig. But ultimately, in the end, the application, I feel, does not meet the submittal requirements and does not meet the standards for approval. The architect, in answering the 5 conditions that they needed to meet, invented their own conditions, invented their own responses. That's clearly in the staff report. I think that the design itself is a pretty picture, looks good. There are some issues I do see. Traffic-wise, I'm looking at something, since there's no traffic information in here, I kind of had to do my own calculations. This is between 850 and 1,200 daily trips. The project does not have UDOT approval to access State Street, which right now would push all of those onto 2nd East, potentially warranting widening of the road, allowing for reduced setback on that east side would potentially impact the ability to widen the road and could impact the effectiveness of this project. I'm a little bit concerned that on the north end, They indicate that they're going to plant trees in a 3-foot wide landscape strip. But when you actually measure that on the plans, it's 2 feet to the block wall that's there existing, and they're showing trees planted on top of the wall. So I think that this is a little bit of a sloppy proposal on the part of the applicant and their architect. I would probably suggest that you continue this, allow them to fix this, remedy some of the inconsistencies in the staff report, and bring it back before you at a later time. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment. I'm going to give just 10, 15 seconds longer for anyone to come over from the other room and find a new pen. Okay. Okay. With that, we will close the public comment for that item. I would like to give the applicant a few minutes to address some of those comments from staff. Kind of the major things I was hearing was concerns of traffic issues. This can be answered by staff or the applicant. And concerns that there were invented conditions, and that is where my pen died, but you heard the short comment. So please address the public comment, and then, yeah.
I'll just start. This request today is just based right in that design review and that plan development. And what we're talking about today is just whether or not this application meets the design review and plan development requirements. There are definitely going to be some details that we don't have yet. This is not a full building permit review. Right now, we're just discussing the plan development and those standards, as well as the design review and those standards. And that's what the staff report is. It's vetting the project against those standards.
Yeah, thanks, Grant. No, we're not naive to some of the challenges brought up today. You know, we are adding a lot of housing to this area, and there definitely will be more cars than there are now. We don't deny that in any way. And as far as the access onto State Street by UDOT, like Grant said, all of that will be taken care of either through Transportation Department, UDOT, building permit review, those type of things. As far as I understand, we won't be able to move forward without that access because of fire requirements and egress. So we'll have to address those items for sure. So we're big proponents of creating neighborhoods. That's what our entire company is based around, is creating neighborhoods, creating community spaces. We've added a letter from the local community council to our staff report that Grant shared with everyone. We're really excited to be a part of the community. We want to make it better, and we're open to trying to new things and to make sure that as we dial in all those details, we address things like parking and egress and vehicle transportation and how we can not impact the neighborhood in a negative way. So we're really excited.
Thank you. Now I would like to open up to the commission to ask questions to the applicant, and then I want to dedicate some time to focus the discussion between ourselves. So questions to the applicant, and then focus on conversation amongst us. Are there any commissioners who have questions for the applicant?
I do, but I don't need to be first. But
No, go ahead.
okay, can I see what the elevation is from the view from State Street of those two buildings, D4 and C3?
It's on the left.
Okay. That's pretty boring for State Street, I feel like. You don't know where driving access is going to come from, whether it will all be on 2nd East, some on 13th South, some on State Street.
In preliminary conversations, we know that it won't be on 13th South. That's something that Transportation has already told us during a DRT meeting, that they won't allow us to do a curb cut on 13th South. So it will be either 2nd East, State Street, or both.
Okay. And this, what has been a strip mall currently doesn't have drive-in access from 200 East before now, right?
Correct.
I got there from State Street or 13th South. Yeah. Can you, and then can you show me, you're not cutting back the 15-foot setback from 13th South the entire length of the property? Can you show me where that is?
Yeah, thank you for bringing that up. It's kind of hard to display, but yeah, I should have limited the whole distance, but it's just kind of how the request goes. But it's over there on that left side, how it just kind of tapers in, right? Is that?
Yeah, so as you can see from the far right side coming to the left, the setback is consistent across all of building A1 and most of building A2. About half of the way on the west end of building A2, that road starts to taper, and hence that slightly smaller setback there.
But it's 15 feet to the right of the,
Yes,
for a building and a half?
yes.
Okay. Yeah, okay. I'm done. Thank you.
It's also, this is tangential. The MU5 also has a 10-foot setback now, but that's not
Yeah.
applicable.
And if I may, on the facade of State Street, I agree there's some development to be done there. State Street is one of those challenging streets for residential. We're actually very happy that we only have a small portion of our property abutting State Street, but we really want to make sure that we're looking at that distance very carefully. Is how close do we want to be? How far away do we want to be? Where do we attract cars to? How do we portray ourselves on State Street? But yeah, there's still a lot of work to be done on design and how that finally looks. But the general idea is there.
Thank you. Do we have other questions?
Yeah, I'd love to ask a couple. So in the discussion of trees, there's a discussion of the fact that basically all of the trees are going to be cut down and replaced by a new set of trees. Is that correct?
We're still looking at how many trees we will be able to save. On 200 East, there are 4 large trees that we will save. And then also on the north side, you can't, I don't know which way is the site. There we go. Behind building D4, D3, and D2, there's also a stretch of about a dozen large trees that we anticipate being able to save. The trees along 1300 South are a fair distance into the property, and so there's a high likelihood that those will have to be removed and replaced with new trees. But we are still looking at how we can potentially save as many as we can.
And then as far as numbers go, I have counted 37 existing trees on the site. The new proposal includes planting 79 new trees at this time in accordance with the landscaping ordinance.
How far back are those existing trees from the
I believe they're an average of like 8 to 12 feet.
All right.
And so you can just see the sidewalks coming off of those residences. Just makes it hard to figure out the entrances and the trees.
Thank you. And then I guess, so it almost looks like that 8-foot setback that is being requested is 8 feet from the curb side to the front of the building, or is 8 feet from the currently edge of the sidewalk to the front of the building?
As far as I understand, our property line is the back of sidewalk, and that is measured from the back of sidewalk to the corner. Is that right, Riley? Yes, my architect says yes.
Okay, so if I look at some of these renderings, and my apologies, I'm a little bit of a mess. It looks like you're just going to extend that sidewalk and then have trees sort of in that 8-foot.
So the existing sidewalk along 13 South will stay as it is, and then we'll be creating new connections from there to the front entrances of the new units. And then we'll plant trees in between.
Is that planned to be landscaped or
Yes.
concrete?
Yeah, there will be landscaping. Yeah, as you can see, we anticipate that the final elevation of those entrances will be slightly lower than 13 South. So you'll have some beautiful stoops and landscaping around all of those entrances.
Okay. And if I may ask a transportation question, I don't know if staff has the answer to this. Is there currently a bike lane on 13th?
Yes. Yeah, there is. Yeah.
Okay. Has there been any discussion of turning that existing bike lane into some sort of multi-use path that's separated from the roadway?
It's a little out of scope, but I definitely see where you're coming from. Not that I've heard of, unless Nick has something.
I don't believe that there's in any of the city's plans that that's the case. So it would remain as is, at least for now.
Can you tell me how long the frontage is on 13th South?
I don't know exactly.
Yeah, I'm not positive. 500 feet, I'm not positive.
I think
I'm hearing
each building,
242? Does
yeah,
that
each
sound right?
building's around that, yeah. If I remember my floor plan width times the number of units, it's about that on each building.
Can you, could you spend a second looking for it or ask your architect what the frontage? for your
Riley, any thoughts on how long that?
Are you asking the total street frontage or the building width frontage?
Probably the total.
It's approximately 515 feet.
Yeah, I think that's very accurate, right?
Yeah, that sounds just about right.
But neither building is longer than 200 feet?
Both buildings are slightly longer than 200 feet at 220 some feet.
Yeah, 220 some odd feet.
What's planned for the gap between buildings A2 and A1?
Right now, there's planned, that is one area that we've actually identified to be able to keep a tree, so that's great news. And then there will be, the entire site will be secured by fencing and gates, and so there will probably be a man gate behind the tree with sidewalk access and secured access for the residents.
Thank you.
You bet.
I am wondering if we have any more questions for this team, or if we want to open discussion amongst ourselves.
Can I ask the staff, why isn't a building longer than 200 feet an exception in this case?
Yeah, great question. I believe you're referring to the design standard that requires buildings over 200 feet to go through design review. That's applicable in the MU5 district, but not the CC district. So this district, as it is, as they applied under buildings over 200 feet, it's not a requirement that they apply for design review for that. Buildings over 200 feet is a standard that we look at for design review. We did look at it. It requires, I don't know what page it is on the staff report, but it does require enhanced building facade, trying to break those up. What page? 87, thank you. But yes, this is one of the last buildings or projects that will sort of see that lack of requirement because the MU5 has been in place since October 8th. But yeah.
Thank you.
With that, I would like to.
If I may, one more question for staff. Is there any directives towards preservation of existing urban forestry in the Salt Lake General Plan?
Yeah, I actually wanted to bring up my comment from Urban Forestry. And believe me, I drive down 1300 South. I bike down 1300 South. I love 1300 South and the trees that are there, and I definitely echo that concern. So we reached out to Urban Forestry as a part of our routing process. Rick Nelson from Urban Forestry had this to say about, in comment about the project. The line of linden trees along 1300 South are considered specimen quality trees, and even though they are on private property, we will require mitigation payment for the loss of any that are removed. The curb cut of 200 East will be requiring excavation near 2 large sycamores. I am not convinced that it can be accomplished in a non-destructive way to these trees. Some very close supervision and coordination will be required to achieve that goal. That's it. That's all he said. And again, yeah, the proposal is for 79 new trees, and it does comply with our landscaping ordinance.
Okay, with that, I would like to focus the discussion amongst ourselves, amongst the commissioners. And then once that discussion is finished, I would look for a motion. So if we can focus the conversation to ourselves, please do.
I just had a comment, and I agree with, I hate losing the 13 trees on the south side of this property. They're big legacy trees. I was looking for and hoping that there would be some kind of movement on the apartments at the far south, the possibility of pushing those back just north just a bit to save all or a portion of those. I think that would only help the project. I understand what has been said, concerning the forestry report. I just hate losing 13 legacy trees that do indeed make 1300 South very, very popular. So that was my only comment.
Thank you.
I'd make a motion.
I think we have a couple more comments from commissioners. Commissioner,
So, yeah, I'll speak. I think we've faced something like this before, or at least I have in my own head with what we've been approving. I think premature is the wrong word, but I feel like this is early in the process, and we get in this place where we are making design and setback decisions before. I think one time before was before Army Corps of Engineers had weighed in, and here it's this tension with the fire department. Right, so certain approvals and certain height approvals require certain things from the fire department and safety issues within the space. I think they're not knowing about State Street access. I think a lot of those things are dependent on future approvals that we don't have at this point in the process, right? So let me put this out there up front. Anything that I would vote for would have to have conditions based on fire approval and coming back and design changes that fire would require. And I think that should come back to design review, because I think if the setback isn't approved, then the building's pushed back a bit on 1300 South, which squeezes everything else in. If the height is approved, then it changes the side of the width of the roads in between. If they can't access State Street, then the fire trucks have to go in and be able to turn around. But if they get 30 feet and can't access State Street, then you're gonna have some other issues happening in that space, right? And so I'm looking at it and I feel uncomfortable about it because but that's not within our design review. That's in the fire department's rules, right? And I understand the internal courtyards and internal roads, and I see it in the design. But if we don't approve the setback, then everything gets squeezed in, and it's not going to meet those requirements. It doesn't meet the requirements of the fire department now, but it's not before them in that way because they don't know if it's 30 feet or over 30 feet, right?
yeah, I think we could make a condition that if there is a certain amount of change due to fire, that it comes back for design review again. And then to address the larger topic that you're addressing, that might be something that we bring up as an item to discuss and make a recommendation to staff in the future to address how we deal with fire. And those kind of modifications that happen after our moment. So if you feel like that's a good idea, then bring that up in open forum on our next commission meeting, and then we can instruct staff to figure out how we can start making changes to that, the way that we do that as a practice. But as far as this project today, all we can do is we can postpone it to this project to another meeting, or we can make a recommendation that asks the applicant to come back with a percentage of change or something like that.
I will say really quickly, I do have comments from fire. They are in the staff report. None of them are inherently opposed to this project at all. The comments from fire are pretty much what you would expect. And in fact, they have addressed some of those concerns already. And also, in terms of the design review, the plan development, the requirement that we adhere to fire or to other departments, that's not a standard which with the design review standards, the plan development standards can be complied. They're kind of separate. So as long as they meet the plan development standards or the design review standards, that is a separate requirement from fire.
I'm aware of how the design requirements work. I'm just talking about pacing and how we, and I've also read the staff report completely and I understand the fire requirement reports, and I've also been involved with a few dozen multi-unit apartment buildings that have tons of fire issues. I've been involved in multi-unit apartment deaths and had to carry things out of buildings before. And so I'm very aware of all the things that can happen here from a planning design standpoint to the dead body standpoint. So I want to be very clear about what we're discussing here. There are some issues here with operating in the facility and having a large fire truck that has to reach up to 45 feet within that space and given the tight road constraints. In the fire department's notes here, they state those as issues. I don't know that those are reflected in here. And if we approve setbacks, it shifts around the internal structure because you're not moving the streets. So the amount of space you have with the internal courtyards, the amount of space you have to turn around certain units, turn around certain vehicles, all of those things are factored into this. Right? So it's the setback is one piece that affects all building alignment within in the facilities, right? Okay, let's be clear about what we're discussing. So I'd be in favor of a motion that would.
Sorry, we do have one more comment from Commissioner. But you're not.
I'm not stating a motion.
Okay,
I said
thank you.
I would only be in favor of a motion that would kick things back to the fire department for more tight designs given the height requirements that we would be approving, and make sure that they can approve those things and move forward, because I don't think the notes in their piece here does that.
Okay. Commissioner Rosenfield?
Yeah, I would just say that I don't feel comfortable approving this as is. I think I've made my stance known that I'm gung-ho about height increases as a way of addressing our critical housing shortage in Salt Lake City, but adjusting our rules so that we can take out trees, so that trees can be, like existing beautiful trees can be taken out, seems to me to be well out of line with the full scope of the Salt Lake general plan, right? If we're talking about urban vegetation and the importance of preserving existing urban vegetation. So I would encourage, and I could make a motion, or if others would make a motion, I would encourage that this be delayed until next session, or further, with the suggestion that the developer reevaluate the setback on 1300 South. Everything else I personally think I'm comfortable with. I'm comfortable with the setback on 2nd East, but that 13th South, it's a narrow strip. 13th South is trying to become a real street, and I worry that this will get in the way of that, which is out of line with the plan. And it will also damage our urban forestry.
Okay.
Chairperson Krasik, may I comment?
I'm going to look for any other comments from commissioners first, and then I'll let you have one final comment. Are there any other final comments from commissioners? Okay, you may have one more comment.
Just for the concern of both fire and for the trees, at this point, the trees aren't being removed due to the setback. It's just the coordination of the residential entrances with the existing placement of the trees. Our whole goal is to activate that street and to bring people out onto that street, to have entrances on that street. And by supplying, at this point, 42 entrances for residences on that street, it just becomes very dense and very hard to coordinate the placement of the trees, the placement of those entrances, and try to keep it all. As Grant has said, once we have those entrances in place, all of those trees will be replaced. I understand the difference between old trees and new trees, but we assure you that it's not the setback that's causing those trees to be replaced, it's just the coordination of those entrances. And as far as fire goes, we have had multiple meetings with the fire department and the fire marshal to address their concerns of access and accessibility in the event of an emergency. And as Grant mentioned, we've addressed many of those already. So thank you.
Thank you. I will now be looking for a motion from commissioners to either make a approval, a denial, a approval with modifications, or a delay.
I am willing to make a motion, and I'm going to have some conditions, and I also want you to know I'd be really open to friendly amendments for other conditions that you guys are interested in. Also, I'm concerned that this is too much for 200 East, that this 137 units entering all on 200 East seems like it's too much, so that's one of my conditions why I'm doing that. Okay. Based on the information presented and this discussion, I move that the commission approve the design review application as recommended by staff with the following conditions. Number 1, lighting and signage plans shall be submitted for review at the building permit phase. Number 2, work with staff to improve the entry features on the State Street facade. Number 3, approve a reduction in the required front yard setback on only the westernmost 125 feet of the parcel. Number 4, that there must be traffic entry on State Street. Those are my 4, if anyone wants. So that's my motion. If you want to,
Do we have a second for that motion?
I can second that.
or amendments?
But we have to wait till a second to put a friendly in,
true,
yes?
Okay, so we have a second. Now, is there a friendly amendment?
Well, I have a procedural question, Nick. So the entrance requirement to be on State Street and Second, wouldn't that follow under the plan development and not the design review? Since that's where the standards for like the impact on the
Yeah.
streets and local streets
More-
are in the plan development and not the design.
Yeah, because the plan development is modifying the site plan itself.
So would it be procedurally correct to leave it in the motion for the design review or move that particular condition to?
I think the way to address that would be to alter the motion so it applies to those conditions that are specific to design review apply to
Right.
it, and those that are specific to plan development apply to that.
So I just
Is that
think
the
your
only
number
one?
4
Is that the only one?
belongs in the plan development motion.
Sorry, my understanding is that the only question that's before us with design review,
Oh, there's 2.
right, no, like there are 2. There's the plan development, the design review.
Yeah,
Design review is just the height, correct?
Correct.
correct.
So to my mind, and the motion on the table is in relation to the design review. If I may, I would like to suggest that we move all of the conditions to the plan development because I would like to, or it would be, I think it may be appropriate to just vote on the design review straight up.
Well, I think the first condition is fine. The lighting and whatnot can stay in the design review.
Entry features, are those design review?
Those are
Two.
design review as well. So the setback and
entry.
the entrance
Plan development.
points, I think, fall under the plan development
Okay.
standards. Okay.
Can
I have
can I,
Follow-up question when you're done.
I was just going to ask if I can withdraw my motion and make a new
Okay,
one.
perfect.
Is that good?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. Based on the information presented and discussion, I move that the commission approve this design review application as recommended by staff with the following conditions. Number 1, lighting and signage plans shall be submitted for review at the building permit phase. Number 2, the applicant work with the staff to improve the entry features on the State Street facade. And number, that's it.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a first, we have a second.
Mr. Chair,
there-
can I ask clarification on what improved the entry features?
That was going to be my question.
It's a little bit ambiguous.
Well, entry features are defined, how else can I say it? You know what I mean?
I think what you can do is in Chapter 21A37, which is the design standards chapter, although they don't necessarily apply to this specific zone yet, or at the time, you can say that those building entrances that have frontage on State Street include a design feature as defined in 21A37.
Okay. Can I amend my own?
Yes.
Okay. To restate that condition number 2, that I want the building facades that front on State Street to have entry features as defined in 21.A.37.
Great.
Yeah, do you accept that change?
I will accept that.
Thank you.
Okay, I would like to move towards a vote on this item.
All right, Commissioner Barrett,
Yes.
Commissioner Barry,
Yes.
Commissioner Burrows,
Yes.
Commissioner Krasik,
Yes.
Commissioner Leverett,
Yes.
Commissioner Rosenfield,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott,
Yes.
Commissioner Vella,
Yes.
who, for the record, Commissioner Vella did show up to the meeting.
Yes.
Thanks. That passes unanimously.
Great. Now we will move on to the plan development, no, design review for plan development, sorry. Yes, the plan development for this item. I'm looking for a motion.
I'll make a motion.
Great.
Based on the information presented and discussion, I move that the commission approve this plan development application as recommended by staff with the following condition. Number 1, approve the reduction in the required front yard setback on only the 125 feet westernmost side of the parcel. And number 2, there must be a traffic entry approved on State Street.
Can I ask a clarifying question on that? When you say the 125 most western feet, there's a bank on the corner. So do you mean the 125 feet that are on 1300 South, not?
Right, the 120, that's why I asked how long it was.
Okay,
I was
cool.
told that's 515 right there, so 1/4 of that is
Okay.
125. Not
So
exact.
wait, just to be clear, the measurement I gave you was the frontage of the subject property. It did not include the property that has that bank.
Right, that's what I intend to.
So you're from the property line of the corner property, 125 feet.
Right, that's the only place that that setback would be accepted.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'll second it.
Okay. We have a first, we have a second. Are there any friendly motions?
I'm not sure how I would actually frame this, but I would love if we could put in some sort of friendly to try harder on preserving more trees. Right, like I don't know if we're going to be able, if it's reasonable to preserve all trees, but I do think that even given the front entryway situation described, there may be an opportunity to work around at least some of them. And so I don't know how, like, I don't think that we can determine that at the table right at this point without getting really into the engineering and the construction plans. But I would like to see some sort of condition that's like, go as far as you can. And so I don't know what the most appropriate phrasing for that would be, or who it would be appropriate to work with. Would it be working with urban forestry? But that's sort of where I would offer a friendly.
Yeah. If I currently don't see how it can be tied to the current standards, but Nick, do you have any?
So in city code, the specimen tree requirement, so we do have a private tree protection ordinance that if the urban forester, when it's part of a development proposal, they have the sole discretion to decide if a specimen tree should be removed or not. If it is removed, just as the comment that was read states, there is a mitigation fee or in lieu of planting. So based on the caliper of the tree, they have to replant it with a certain number of trees to match more than just the specimen tree. So that was added to avoid making decisions about trees just being removed as part of redevelopment without some sort of expert considering it. So take that for what it is. My suggestion would be to rely on the urban foresters' expertise to decide if a tree should be removed, and if so, that mitigation.
So the friendly amendment would be to apply to urban forestry. No.
That's already a
It's
code
just already there.
requirement.
So, okay. Do you want to accept any kind of friendly amendment regarding trees, or just accept the current ordinance regarding trees?
Are you satisfied?
I mean, it still makes me a little, it makes me sad inside. And I do wonder if like, right, if we're getting rid of, right, like if we're willing to get rid of that setback requirement, does that make it any harder for urban forestry to make that call to preserve the trees? If that makes sense.
Well, I think it's always a hard call for the urban forester to decide to remove trees. I mean, they're foresters, right? And
Right.
so, but it's also just as, it's hard for us to sometimes do our job, but we still have to make decisions. And so I think that they have the expertise to make that call, even when it is a hard call to make.
But even if they say you cannot remove this tree, it is not absolutely not, it is you have to pay a mitigation fee.
Yes.
Okay, so then the question is, could we request that that for a certain percentage of those trees, that mitigation fee option is not available?
No, because it's a
Okay.
code, it's something that our city code allows
Okay.
for them to do.
All right, then I'm not going to make any friendly amendments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so
Just, there was a suggestion earlier that if there was if the site plan, like building placement, dimensions, et cetera, are modified in order to meet a fire code requirement, and that impacts, I think, building placement, other things that are approved as part of the plan development, that it be brought back to the commission. So I don't know if you want to consider that as well.
I would love that. Is that a friendly amendment? I can't. That could have just say
I
yes
can't
to?
do that, but
No. I appreciate you restating it like that, because I was sitting here trying to figure out what the wording would be for that. But yeah, the friendly amendment would be if any modifications to the site plan or dimensions change. It also coincides with the State Street opening, but if any dimensions change due to fire or safety review, then it would come back to plan development.
I would accept that. Thank you.
is that any change, or is that a percentage of change?
I would say any change, because I think it's too complicated and too unsure to say, oh, if it changes 10%, well,
Okay.
fire code can have significant impacts even if it changes a foot. So,
Okay. All right. So you said you accept that friendly amendment?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I would like to move on to voting, and that will be facilitated by staff.
Commissioner Barrett,
Yes.
Commissioner Barry,
Yes.
Commissioner Burrows,
Yes.
Commissioner Krasik,
Yes.
Commissioner Leverett,
Yes.
Commissioner Rosenfield,
No.
Commissioner Scott,
Yes.
Commissioner Vella.
Yes.
That passes 7-1.
Great. That passes 7-1. Thank you very much for your time. Appreciate it. And thank you all for your patience. We will now be moving on to the second item on our agenda. This is a general plan and zoning map amendment for the Sugar House Hotel at Silverado. I wrote it wrong. Thank you. Yes, agenda item 3, approximately this is a zoning map amendment for approximately 265 East, 100 South. I'm sorry to get your hopes up about the hotel, everyone. We will be discussing this item next and that one afterward.
Thank you, Chair. As you stated, this is a zoning map amendment request. The property is located at 265 East, 100 South. The proposal is for a rezone from MU8 to D1. The application was submitted late in 2024, and the zoning consolidation that went into effect earlier this month changed the existing zoning district from RMU to MU8, and so it will be viewed under the standards for that district. The applicant has submitted renderings and anticipates a mixed-use building. However, the plans are not reviewed as part of this process. Staff recommends that the Planning Commission forward a recommendation or a positive recommendation to the City Council with 2 conditions of approval. As mentioned, the property is now in the MU8 zoning district. It's within the central community plan area. It's approximately 95,000 square feet or 2.19 acres. And the central community plan land use designation is high mixed use with a residential density of 50 or more dwelling units per acre. And so this photo shows the existing building on the site, and it was taken facing northeast. And then this shows the rear of the existing building and the parking lot, and is taken facing northeast. And so the next few photos show the surrounding properties and provide a context for the site. On the left, there's St. Mark's Church, which is to the right, which is to the west of the existing building. And then between the church and the existing building is Hildegard's Food Pantry, which is shown in the center. And then the right slide is the parking lot that's to the north of the property. And then this slide shows the properties to the east. So the left photo is of the recently constructed Lotus Apartments, and then also the City Line Apartments. And then the right is a photo of Providence Place, which is at the northeast corner of the intersection of 1st South and 3rd East. And then this photo shows this slide shows the properties to the south. So there's a 3-story apartment building on the corner, and then there are 1- and 2-story commercial buildings. So the proposal is subject to the standards for general amendments in 21A 50050. Staff identified 3 key considerations for the proposal that outline each of them. The first is how the proposal implements goals and policies in the city's adopted plans. The second are the proposed community benefits. And then the third are the compatibility of the proposed zone with nearby properties. So the proposal is generally consistent with Plan Salt Lake, Housing SLC, Thriving in Place, the Central Community Plan, portions of the East Downtown Plan from 1990, and staff also evaluated it with policies in the Downtown Plan since the property is near that area. So there are 3 components to the applicant's proposed community benefit. The first is that 20% of the units will be affordable to those earning 80% AMI. The second is that there will be 3-bedroom family-sized units as part of the development, and the applicant has identified that there would be 8% at this point in their plans, or 24 of those units. And then the third is that there will be a commercial space for local businesses or organizations, and they've specifically identified a 1,000 square foot coffee shop space and a 2,000 square foot restaurant space. So staff also assessed the compatibility of the proposed zone with the surrounding neighborhood. Significantly, the proposed zone allows for greater height and a broader range of uses, and these are identified in Attachment D of the staff report. Staff proposes a condition of approval to provide a 225-foot building height limit as a transition from this central business district, or D1 zone, to the residential and mixed-use area to the east. The MU8 and the D1 zones have a number of design standards, and the D1 zone requires an enhanced active use. So staff's recommendation is for a positive recommendation to the City Council with 2 conditions of approval. The first for a limit on the building height, and then a second is a condition of approval to work with commercial tenants to mitigate any potential displacement. This, along with the community benefit, is a relatively new requirement to the zoning amendment standards. And so the project did go through an early notification and public process. The letters were sent to property owners and residents within 3 feet. There was an online open house. The applicant was available and presented at the Central City Community Council, and staff did receive email comments that were included with the staff report. And so that concludes staff's presentation. The applicant is here and has a presentation and can answer questions. Are there questions for staff at this point?
Quick question for staff, actually.
Yes.
So according to the zoning map image, the site in question is actually like there's a sliver between the location and where the D1 district exists. Would there be that discontinuity, or is that just a?
Yes, that would be there. That's on the St. Mark's site.
Okay, so the St. Mark's site would remain MU8.
So, right, no, not exactly. So that I believe it's a 30-foot wide strip. That 30-foot wide strip would remain MU8.
Okay. Would it be possible for us to recommend that change, or would that have to
Sorry,
go through
can we keep this question until after the applicant
Yes.
discusses?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Apologies.
Can the applicant step forward and discuss? We will have 10 minutes to be able to discuss this item. I'm sorry if that seemed abrupt, Commissioner Rosenfeld.
No,
But
I
thank you.
understand. I appreciate you got to keep the meeting on track.
Thank you so much. Please state your name into the record and then give us your presentation.
Hi, my name is Dave Hunter. This is my partner, Ben Hayden.
Hello.
We represent...
Sorry, I'm not sure if your mic is on.
Hello?
You need to press the middle button there.
Hello?
Perfect.
I've already got such a loud voice that
Yeah.
this could be unbearable. My name is Dave Hunter. We're from Silverado Management. We're the representatives and partners with the Cumming family out of Salt Lake. They are the owners of this property. But before we get started, I want to thank the Planning Commission's scheduler for putting us in front of the hotel and not after. And if I could send you a gift card, just text me your address, and I really appreciate that. We've been involved in this project for years. We've developed some projects here in downtown Salt Lake. We did Block 44, which has been a super successful project, and it actually addressed a lot of the housing concerns down in Salt Lake. This project we're really excited about. We feel that this is one of the last contiguous 2.2 acre sites in the city. I mean, it's pretty much a square. It's very, very appropriate for development. The building that we have currently sitting on it right now is 50% occupied. As a group, we've decided that we're not going to go in and spend the money to technologically revamp and bring the building up to, to technological standards of what people are expecting today as renters. And I assume that the rest of these tenants are probably going to trid out during the process of us going through this process. To just address a couple of the concerns that we've been working with, and we worked with the neighborhood. We're working with everybody that's going to be affected by this project, and St. Mark's is really those are the people that we really want to be neighborly with. We really don't want to impact them or affect them. The food kitchen is right there, the food pantry is right there, the church is right there. They had some concerns about how we were going to do that, and we were working with them. One of their concerns was, if we tear that building down, is it seismically going to affect the church? Block 44, if you guys remember, just north of Block 44 was that super old building, is that preschool right there. And they had old trees along the entire border, and it's a really old building. We had to go 35 feet into the ground below, and we didn't lose any trees, and seismically we didn't harm the building. So we really know what we're doing in that area of developing bigger spaces in tight, confined quarters. Flow on the project has been really important to us. How we're going to integrate with the food pantry and the church and getting people in and out. We've worked really closely with Planning Commission and staff to figure out some of those solutions so that we can peacefully exist and be neighborly with each other and make sure that everybody is really comfortable in what we're doing. She did a great job in the presentation, and I think our time would probably be more effectively used if we just answered questions for what you guys might have.
Great. Thank you very much. I will now open a time for clarifying questions. This is the opportunity for commissioners to talk directly to the project members. Then we will open to public comment so that our comments might have some of your same questions, and maybe they will be answered preemptively, and then we will open it to a conversation directly to just commissioners. So I just want to open up to clarifying questions to the development team. If there are no clarifying questions, then we will open up to public comment. I will have the vice chair facilitate cards for this item, and then if you would like to speak, you may step to the mic. But I'm going to have the vice chair call the order they were received.
All right, so I'll call out the person who's going to speak as well as the following two so that you can be ready. And if you'll step up to the podium back there, and also if you're off in the overflow room and you hear your name, please come down here and you will be ready. So first we will hear from Ashley Kinzer, and then from Justin County, and then from Ben Engel.
And just a quick reminder to state your name clearly, and you will have 2 minutes to present unless you represent a recognized community organization.
Is this thing on? Okay, hi. I'm Ashley Kinzer. I'm the owner of Friendship Sign Company, and I'm also a member of Neighbors Who Care, a group organization that patrols this neighborhood. Not really, but I am interested to hear that you have notified the businesses surrounding this property, because I had not actually heard this, if not for my small business or my small group here. As a person who works directly across the street, I will be affected in many ways by this development, not only parking and neighborhood dynamic, but also if property tax increases, that will also impact me. I believe that as developers in this neighborhood, you should be beholden to stakeholders, which includes the neighborhood surrounding, because we live and work there, and we've been there for a long time. Our asks, although I will say we do not want a D1 zoned building here, but our asks are that since you've stated in the plan that you want to do ground level commercial activation, we would like to see, instead of 3,000, 7,000 square foot commercial activation, we want to see what we're calling baby's first business activation, where you have like smaller 900 square foot or approximate different areas where small businesses can come to fruition for their first time, especially given the issue or concerns in our neighborhood. We'd love to see a small office for either the VOA or substance use disorder clinic. And as well, we'd also like to see ample setbacks and considerations given for the St. Mark's current existing structure. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Justin Connie, and then Ben Engel, and then Kyle Holland.
Hi, welcome. My name is Justin Connie, and I'm with the Central City Neighborhood Council. I'm currently the chair. We've heard lots of comments on this project, and some of them were reflected in Shalee's comments just a minute ago. One thing, I guess, for us as a group, just to clarify, is that we wondered if the applicant is actually accepting of the 225, because they did ask for the D1. So, there wasn't any discussion in the presentation of that, and that is a big concern, because obviously D1 doesn't have a limit where 225 is being proposed. So that would be something we'd like to clarify. And I will answer my, comments off the 225, since that's what's being proposed. And so with this area, looking at this density, one of the things we'd really like to see is a real commitment with that extension from the MU8 to what the 225 proposal loves. And I think that the Planning Commission should seek at least 20% 3-bedroom apartments if it's a rental. This way we can ensure that we meet the family needs of Salt Lake, especially now that Salt Lake City has become more pricey. We see less and less families, schools closing. I think that's definitely reflected in East Downtown. Additionally, if that's not possible, we ask that there's a minimum of 10% of this building would be in the form of condos. Again, home ownership and equity is another way of building the middle class and sustaining that kind of growth we're looking for in our area. Lastly, when we look at the the retail space, we would like to see that activated. We'd love to see multiple different uses, but possibly one at least at 2,000 square foot, so we can see some substantial business within that area. And lastly, just kind of reflect again, I think that one of the biggest concerns that St. Mark's, our colleagues have, is that they have spent an extraordinary amount of money on making their building sustainable through not having to be dependent on electricity outside of their own generation. This is going to be a huge impact on that. It's going to be like a gigantic block, blocking the sun from the east as it comes up. So I think there needs to be some analysis as to how much money that church might lose in electricity costs, things like that.
I should have addressed that.
If you
I'm
could
sorry,
hold off, we'll have you answer at the end.
Okay. So, the Central City Neighborhood Council thanks you for coming and visiting, and we look forward to continuing that conversation as a community. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next we will hear from Kyle Holland, and then Kurt Cook, and then Reverend Elizabeth Hunter.
I thought I was next.
Yeah, I was second in line.
Oh, you were? Oh, sorry, did I skip someone?
Yeah,
Ben Engel? Is that?
Yeah, unless I got blacklisted.
No, my bad. Sorry, go ahead.
I'd just like to, my name
Sorry,
is
really
Ben
quick.
Engel. I live at the Hollywood condominiums that are right across the street from the St. Mark's Cathedral. And I just want to address, some of the failed promises of our density and mixed usage. Like you mentioned, Block 44, and I know that, that ground level activation and how there was all that mixed use stuff. And it's like, there's also just broken windows that take forever to get fixed. Also, even in the building that you're proposing to demolish and build on now, right? Just broken windows all the time that take forever to get fixed. And they, some of them have recently been fixed, and I'm glad for that. But it seems that while these properties lay in kind of these limbo states that very often, like, just our community falls victim to the blight that happens there. So, you talk about engaging with the community, you need to try harder to engage with the community because while we wait to find out whether or not you guys can change all the rules that they've spent so much time with the city doing the zoning consolidation, and they're like, I don't know what the point of the zoning consolidation is because now we want to build taller buildings. Across the street, we've got those Lotus apartments. They've got a lot of density. We still have a lot of vacancy in a lot of different market rate housing and in a lot of low-income housing. And, Lotus was making a concerted effort to do something with our very badly managed apartments. We've had to do like news stories and like film inside these places covertly and risk our safety just to clean up garbage and to show people what it's like when we have people doing fentanyl in the stairways. So we really need more effort. And also I'd like to please respect what it is the city's done on doing all the zoning consolidation, that we could save ourselves a lot of time if we could quit saying like, hey, good work on the zoning consolidation. Can we just not do that and do whatever else it is that we'd like to do instead? Thank you.
Thank you. So then Kyle Holland, and then we'll have Kurt Cook, and then Elizabeth Hunter.
Hello, I'm Kyle Holland. I'm a District 4 resident, and I pay a lot of rent for my apartment, and I ask the city to support this upzone to D1 because the only way out of the nationwide housing crisis that Salt Lake City suffers from too as well is to build more housing for all incomes close to existing amenities and transportation. I know not everywhere somebody is not going to want a new housing building built next to them. The housing needs to go somewhere, and in central downtown is one of the best places in terms of reducing car dependency and getting more units close to, for example, Harmon's, the grocery store right down the street. I'd like to second the previous commenters asks for substantial ground floor business space accessible to all sizes and wealths of businesses, and as well as having minimum affordable requirements and 3 or more bedrooms. Again, this needs to be a community-oriented project. And then I have one counterpoint as far as any light comments that have come up. St. Mark's, I measured this on the map, is over 130 feet from the shared property line, so they can assure themselves substantial daylighting off of that in perpetuity. And also the direct sunlight, because we're in the northern hemisphere, comes not directly east through this tower. It comes from the southeast, moving to the southwest in the evening. That's all.
Thank you. Next we'll have Kurt Cook, and then Reverend Elizabeth Hunter, and then Bill Leach.
Okay, my name is Kurt Cook, and that's spelled K-U-R-T, just to get it right, because everybody spells it wrong. I'm the historiographer for the Cathedral Church of St. Mark. A historiographer is somebody who gets to play with archives and really cool old records. It's the neatest volunteer job in the world. Since its opening service on September 3rd, 1871, St. Mark's has been a fixture in Salt Lake City. Originally considered to be on the eastern edge of the Salt Lake's business district, just to the south of the Wells Fargo stables, which led to some rather aromatic summer services, the building itself has provided a calm, beautiful setting for many religious and cultural services and events since it opened. Those held in daylight are enhanced by sunlight streaming through the cathedral's stained glass windows on both the east and west sides. The cathedral congregation provided Salt Lake City with its 8th mayor, George M. Scott, whose portrait is here somewhere on this floor. We've long prided ourselves for not only being a cathedral for Utah's Episcopalians, but a cathedral for the city as well, by hosting events and concerts that people of many different faith traditions, or none at all, can come and enjoy. In our 154-year history, the cathedral has held memorial services open to the public for national leaders, such as Presidents Garfield, McKinley, Harding, Roosevelt, and Kennedy. We also held a memorial service for Senator Robert F. Kennedy, which was attended by Governor Rampton. And we've held international memorials for international figures such as Nelson Mandela. In 1906, our choir participated with other church choirs in a concert at the Tabernacle with their superb choir for benefit for the San Francisco earthquake victims. But more than just a particularly beautiful venue for weddings, concerts, and a spiritual shelter, the cathedral also provided actual physical shelter that those participants wanting to get out of harm's way after the shooting on the June 14th Nome Kings March of this year. We opened our doors and...
Thank you, that's time.
All right, thank you very much.
Next, we will hear from Reverend Elizabeth Hunter, and then Bill Leach, and then Cindy Cromer.
Yes, thank you. My name is Elizabeth Hunter. I'm not opposed to development, and the people at St. Mark's are not opposed to the development, but construction of this intensity and duration for buildings of this size with the potential of changing the zoning from 90 feet to 225 feet would have a potential devastating impact on the cathedral. The seismic risk to a building that's unreinforced masonry of brick and sandstone just cannot be contemplated. In the recent earthquake in Magna, it was in Magna, but we still had damage to the west transept of the cathedral, and that was a long ways away, not 30 feet from the building. We're concerned that with a building of that size, with pile driving and excavation and blasting, that it would have a serious impact on the construction of the building. And recently, when the parking lot at the north side of the building and the new parish hall were built, we had some serious problems with water table. So I don't know how that would impact that particular site. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Bill Leach, and then Cindy Cromer.
Yeah, my name is Bill Leach. I'm a parishioner at St. Mark's Cathedral, and I'd like to share some concerns. And first, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak to the commission. But I would like to share a few concerns that I have. I'm not opposed to the development. I think it's sorely needed in Salt Lake City. But outreach to the underserved community is one of the great ministries of the cathedral. And with that, we do operate a food pantry that is located on the southeast corner of our property, which would directly border the new development. And one of the concerns that I have is that we typically serve about 2,000 clients a month. In the last few months, that has over doubled. So we're serving 4,000 people a month. A lot of those people, we have parking concerns because there's not much parking there already. People are having, they typically have to stand in line and wait for it to be served. And I'm concerned about what the impact of both the construction and after the building is occupied will have on those people. The other concern I have is that we open our cathedral up on nights that are sub-zero or sub-freezing temperatures, and we will house up to 100 people per night. Last winter, we did that for 21 consecutive nights. We have people that are loitering outside waiting for the shelter to open. That all seems like that might have a negative impact, and I would just like to address those concerns. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Cindy Cromer.
I want to thank the developer for attending the meeting of the Central City Neighborhood Council.
Sorry, can you say your name real quick?
That was much appreciated.
Can you state your name for the record?
Oh,
Sorry.
Cindy Cromer. So I have a hypothetical for you. So what if the city had a transfer of development rights for adjacent property? What if St. Mark's, as a city register site, could transfer the development potential of its social hall and parking lot to this site and not deal with the rezoning? Just a thought for a tool we don't have. Instead, the city is supporting the creep of downtown Heights east where developers want them. I don't expect to see the same pressures going west or south on State Street. If I look at 21A 50.050 through the lens of the State Street plan, then I do not agree with the staff's findings except for number 4, number 6, and number 9. There is not a bottomless well of projects, and State Street looks really shabby. The purpose of the zoning is to direct development in ways consistent with long-range plans. If this project were not here, where would it be? Possibly where the city already has a vision for it. If you send a positive recommendation to the City Council, the creep eastward will continue, I promise you, away from the areas that the city has already targeted for greater height. Thanks.
Thank you. That's all the cards we have for this. So if there's someone else who would like to, please go ahead and step up to the mic.
Yeah, you should have a card for me, Annie Isaacson.
Okay,
Okay,
it
well,
might,
the
sorry, it might
mic is
have
over.
been put in, I might have sorted it in a different pile. I apologize.
Okay, this is a map of our neighborhood. Okay. Yeah, that'd be great, Cindy. Cindy, closer to me. This is a map of our neighborhood. This is where we are right now. This is the St. Mark's Cathedral. It's a block mag. It's not to detail, but it's to blocking height scale. This is the existing building and their lot. As we know, we've just spent a couple years getting to the new consolidated zone. This is now upzoned to MU8 90 feet. It wasn't allowed until last week to be 90 feet. This street here is 200 East. That's the edge of the D1 downtown zone. D1 is the largest height allowed in the entire city. If you could build a 600-foot building engineering-wise, it would fit under that code. It is not appropriate here. D1 is for 24/7 activity, entertainment district. This is a family neighborhood. There's many, if you want to upzone them, please consider what's one up from MU8, not go to the highest limit in the city that will have a negative impact on this neighborhood. Please don't set a precedent that's inappropriate right after, just 2 weeks ago, getting October 8th the new code approved. This is approved for a 90-foot maximum height. Please don't upzone them. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. If there's anyone else who would like to speak on this comment, you can approach the mic. All right.
Great. So some of the themes, so we will now close the public hearing. Now it is time for the commissioners and the development group to discuss. Please don't make public comment. So some of the current concerns that I heard, I'm sure I don't have everyone, but you were here and listened. But Themes were concerns about this development's effect on the neighborhood. Does the applicant accept the 225? We will get to that later, but you can discuss it. A request for larger apartments, condo-style units. Another request was to have smaller commercial units. Concerns about sun, concerns about interim blight, potential damage to the cathedral, concerns about increased density. Please do your best to discuss as many of those topics as you can. You have about 5 minutes to do so.
Thank you. And then I'll do an email report that we can send out later that's a little longer. We've heard the concerns, and we are all ears. We had the comment that we should try to do better, and this is not an indictment on anybody, but every single meeting that we have, we give out phone numbers and emails and say we are 24 hours available to listen and get together and try to build coalitions. That's the only way this stuff works. And we did Block 44. It took us a full year with this preschool to find the coalition, find the consensus so that they felt good about us going forward. So to this day, and Joe Brown, my other partner that is going through this, I can't speak for him, but to this day I've not gotten a single phone call from the neighborhood, not one. I haven't gotten an email or a phone call, but I am available every day. You can call, you can come to my office, and we can sit down and have a coffee, and we'll go through the whole project.
I meant more out on the street. That's where I'm at.
Okay. And then I heard your concern also, and we hear these concerns, and we know they are valid, and we know they're legitimate concerns, and we will make ourselves available to the neighborhood, and we'll make that commitment to the Planning Commission that we will, I don't know how we can do better, but we will go back out and try to canvass and say, guys, this is our information. We can't find you. You got to come to us. I mean, we don't know how to go find the people that have the concerns, but we will make ourselves available to the people that have them. In working with the church, they did just install all of the solar panels, and we are having that discussion. If we build this building and it negatively affects those solar panels and with some quantifiable method, we will reimburse whatever's going on or help them relocate it or do something. We are hearing the concerns of the church, and we really want to address those. The seismic stuff, we use the biggest contractors in the world that do this stuff on a full-time basis. We use Layton Construction, we use Wasatch, we use the biggest people that do this for a living, and they know exactly what the concerns are and the sensitivities and what seismic does to old buildings. They've been building in downtown areas for a long, long time, and again, you can't ever guarantee that everything's going to go flawlessly, but we're big boys, we are insured, things go wrong, we're a big boy company. My philosophy on development, and it's not neighborhoods, it's not everything, but when cities have the opportunity to take these last precious parcels of big pieces of contiguous land that can actually make impact on housing, my philosophy is always then let's go and let's try to solve as much of a problem in a project that we can. We will, of course, we'll agree that 225, we would love to do a project that and again, everything is capped out with parking. You can only go till you can't park it anymore. But we think we could go a little higher than that and still keep it all contained and keep it off the street. But we would 225 is absolutely a concession we would take. Ben, what other concerns were you writing down?
Yeah, I was taking notes that whole time. Like Dave said, we're open to any conversation on these notes. The smaller retail spaces, that's one that's a great idea, honestly, and we're so early in the process, there's still tons of room to work that into the project, so we like that idea as well.
Thank you. Somebody came up and made some comments that, hey, we'd like to see this many 3 bedrooms, this many, the affordable housing component. What we've presented is what we've thought about and presented. New ideas, we really can't speak to that right now because I have no idea what adding another 20% of 3 bedrooms, how that affects any. I can't speak to that right now, but again, we will sit down with the neighborhood, and I just got some contact info from people, so we will reach out and we'll start those dialogues. But I can't sit here in front of the Planning Commission and commit to anything on that because that's just something we haven't even looked at. But we are committed to the affordable housing. We've already committed that to the Planning Commission, and so those are things that the commitments that we have made, we will keep. And if anything else comes along with the neighborhood that we all come to a consensus with, we'll convey those messages to the Planning Commission and make sure that. And again, when you reach a consensus, not everybody's happy, and things don't always go very well. We will listen and we'll work to finding a solution.
Great, thank you. We will now open for discussion primarily amongst the commissioners. If you have a quick question for the development team, you may ask it. To kind of address something I forgot to address earlier amongst us, I have been meaning to dedicate more time to public comment, to clarifying questions before the public speaks so that we have more time for discussion here. I should have talked about that, but you're welcome to ask staff questions, but moving forward in further meetings, I would like to primarily have questions happen before public comment, with some exceptions. But you're welcome to start a discussion amongst ourselves or ask some questions of the development team, maybe stuff that was inspired by comments. Are there any commissioners with thoughts, questions?
I just have one clarifying question for staff. So there isn't, it looks like the idea with the requirements about percentages on affordable housing and the 8% 3-bedroom or family-sized units, it will be like codified in a later development agreement, not as part of a actual requirement in this proposal.
Right. So we've presented the affordable units, the family-sized units, and then kind of the commercial space that they've agreed would be part of a future development agreement. And usually those are negotiated at the city council level.
Would a development agreement be required to build this, or once we approve this, is it by right?
It will be required as part of the community benefits requirement.
So the community benefit requirement is that the development agreement be negotiated.
Having that community benefit will necessitate a development agreement, and so the development agreement would be part of the rezoning when it's at the city council for their decision.
So, but that's all one step?
Nick, if you want to step in.
I couldn't understand that. I couldn't hear that question clearly.
Okay.
Is that all one step, right? Like, so we, if we forward a positive recommendation to the city council, the city council approves. Does that approval come with a stipulation that later a development agreement be negotiated, or is it all part of the same approval package?
So basically the city council decides what goes in the development agreement, and then after they approve that, we work with our attorney's office and the applicant to generate that development agreement. Once the city agrees to that, what's in the actual agreement, then the zoning change becomes official and goes from there. So
okay, so the upzone won't occur until there is an agreement, a development agreement in place.
Yeah, it doesn't become official until that development agreement is finalized.
But I mean, God forbid there's an economic catastrophe, this development falls through. I don't think that's going to happen, but like if that were to happen, we approve it, it's just sitting before the city council until somebody else comes along and picks up the ball?
If the development agreement is never executed, then the ordinance that changes the zoning of the property never gets published, and current zoning stays in place until then.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
I wanted to ask, is that a new process? Because we used to, it's not?
This is how we've done development agreements for as long as
Because I feel like we've considered zoning changes, and then we're like, well, we're stuck to the zoning. We don't know what the building will look like.
Well, yeah, we're not necessarily discussing what the building's going to look like at this point. So the community benefit is a new requirement for private requests for zoning changes.
Yeah.
And that is what is necessitating a development agreement. A development agreement is the only tool we have to actually enforce that community benefit.
Okay. So in this case, though, those are tied together, but they aren't always. Because sometimes we consider a zoning change before there was a community benefit required, it was just a zoning change.
Right.
So this is a new,
Well, this part's new, but
Yeah.
so typically a development agreement, if it's modifying a zoning regulation that is essentially expanding the development right, development potential of a property, that under state law, that has to be considered by the planning commission before the city council can act. If it's a development agreement that further restricts something in zoning, for example, if they were, if we didn't have a community benefit thing and they were coming in, hey, we want D1, but we want to restrict the height to 225 feet, that is something that does not need to get a recommendation. The zoning change has to get a recommendation from the planning commission. The condition that it limits it, the council has the flexibility to determine that.
right? So do we still, though, in our recommendation, do we consider other allowed uses, like if they could now have a bar establishment in the new zoning where they couldn't have that before, but that's not part of their idea right now? Do we still need to consider that?
Well, anytime you're considering a change in zoning, you should consider all of the
Yeah.
definite potential uses
Yeah.
and whether they're appropriate. There's probably not a lot of difference in the allowed uses between MU8 and D1. There's definitely some, but, and there may be some that are conditional in an MU8 zone and maybe permitted in a D1 and vice versa.
Am I right to say, though, that bar establishment is one of those differences? That is allowed in MU8, not allowed in D1? Or is allowed in?
It's
can't-
allowed in both.
I can't remember exactly what happened there, but
There are notes there.
the names of the uses were slightly different between what was allowed in MU8 and what was allowed in D1. And so it might just be the name that's slightly different as opposed to the use more broadly.
Also, doesn't state law prohibit a bar this close to a religious establishment?
Yes.
Thank you. If I could ask, I guess, another question, Nick. When we talk about, right, like I was looking ahead at the Sugar House stuff, which I'm excited about.
Sorry, can we
bring up
can we
item.
keep to this item?
I'm curious, what the it seems relatively short, the conditions placed on this, like how to say without mentioning anything else, my apologies. If we were to want to put more conditions, would that be just serve as additional recommendations for the city council for how they execute the community development agreement?
Yes.
Benefit agreement.
Ultimately, the final decision is with the city council.
Of
so
course.
they can consider any conditions, any proposed modifications that you add.
But if we were to want to make a recommendation to modify, that would be in that chunk, the community benefit segment.
It depends on what it is.
Yeah.
I mean, if your recommendation is to limit some zoning regulation, that's not a community benefit. That would end up being some limitation on zoning, right? So it really depends on what additional thing you want to add.
Okay.
If you want to add more community benefit, you can suggest that that be considered by the city council.
Excellent. I appreciate it. Thank you.
I'm sorry, there's no longer public comment for this. Is there further discussion amongst the commissioners? Oh, did you have one?
I think just, maybe just a verification to one of the comments concerning construction vibration and damaging existing construction from new construction. I would assume, and I think want to verify, because I've done this before in Salt Lake, where the city is requiring vibration control photography of the existing construction so that before and after photographs can be compared. That's all a process. That's all a part of the city review process, and those kinds of means and methods for footing and foundations, all of that kind of vibration during construction that can be mitigated. And I'm assuming that's what the city is looking at doing, moving forward.
So this proposal at this point is just for the zoning amendment,
Understood.
zoning map amendment. So it has not gone through the same review that it would for, if it had to go through design review or some other process, or even the building permit process. But my assumption is that it would need to meet all of the building code requirements. So my assumption is that it would be similar to developments that you've gone through in the past.
I just wanted to state that because there was a question concerning that, and I think that's a part of the typical city review process, so thank you.
That's very good information to have and that the public could know. Thank you.
That said, would it be within the scope of things we could recommend to the council to ask that the developer support a seismic retrofitting of the church, the cathedral?
I think the church just spent $2 billion on the temple. I don't know if we could afford that.
Please.
To ask them to seismically upgrade someone else's property, that's probably illegal.
Too far.
Okay, cool. Thank you. I appreciate it. That's what I figured, but I thought I'd ask.
Okay. If there is no more discussion amongst the commission, then I'm looking for a recommendation.
I'll go ahead. Based on the information presented in discussion, I move that the commission recommends that the city council adopt this request as recommended by staff, except without the height limit. And I would accept a friendly amendment.
I'm sorry, what was the last part of that?
Without the height limit.
Do we have a second on that motion?
I'm just a little bit confused. Tell me about the last part that you were talking about.
I think that this is, yes, downtown is creeping. We're a growing city. I think it's appropriate to not put height limit restrictions on areas that are D1 beyond what we already have in place.
Okay, so we're looking for a second on this motion or a substitute motion.
I'll second it.
Okay, well, then we will vote to approve this without a height limit. And I will turn to staff for the vote.
Commissioner Barrett.
No.
Commissioner Berry.
No.
Commissioner Burrows.
Yes.
Commissioner Krasik.
No.
Commissioner Leverett.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosenfield.
Yes.
Commissioner Scott.
No.
Commissioner Vela. That motion fails 5-3.
Can we make sure that our mics are on when we are voting? I'm not sure that everyone's mic was on. Okay, so that motion fails. I'm looking for a different motion from the commission.
Okay, I can go ahead. Based on the information presented and discussion, I move that the commission recommends that the city council adopt this request as recommended by staff.
I can second that.
Great. We have a motion and a second. We will turn to staff for tallying the vote.
Commissioner Barrett.
Yes.
Commissioner Berry.
No.
Commissioner Burrows.
Yes.
Commissioner Krasik.
Yes.
Commissioner Leverett.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosenfield.
Yes.
Commissioner Scott.
Yes.
Commissioner Vela.
Yes.
That motion passes 7-1.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you to all
We
those.
appreciate your time. Thank you.
Certainly. Thanks to all those who gave public comment. We are now going to move to, we're going to give a moment for people to leave the room. Sorry, was she asking for, we actually,
Are we taking 5 minutes?
Can she do that?
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
may I ask that we take a
Small
10
recess.
a small recess, 10 minutes?
Can it be 5 minutes?
Let's do 5.
Okay. So we are going to take a 5-minute recess. Those who want to go to the bathroom may.
In replacing with 20 twiglets that in 20 years will be beautiful trees, but
they won't be for the people.
anytime soon, not, you know, and so that's where I just kind of, I wish there was more of a, could you consider doing this instead of this? Could you consider, you know, I mean, the first two apartment buildings, if indeed we're pushing it to, you know, thou shalt eat those trees, instead of the units being this way, they would have to be this way, and they would lose a third, or, you know, so, and that's, we can't do that because that's not fair to the developer, I don't think, you know what I'm saying?
Well, I mean, if somebody's asking for a modification, I think that that's why we want to add this community benefit, to kind of strengthen the commission's ability with plan development, instead of it just being, you know, we need to modify this so we get those 7 extra units. 11's not too bad.
It'll be 15.
I know. There'll be some people who didn't fill it out, but
re-begin. We're going to start with a presentation by staff. Thank you. If we can get the screen back. Is the dongle behind? Not. I don't.
no, I don't think it's that one.
Please, patience for a second longer. We're going to request that the IT help with this.
That has to be green. There we go. It should.
Yeah, what's up? Can I unplug it and replug it? Oh, I think. Hopefully SLC TV. Just 1 minute ago.
Where the IT?
They're coming.
Oh, okay.
I think they.
Okay, so the IT is coming, so we'll just give another couple seconds for them to get back here. Thank you. Okay, thank you for your patience, everyone.
All right, back in action. Thank you for everyone's patience, and thank you for the public for coming out for this item and providing comments. I'm going to be presenting the general plan and zoning map amendment at 2111 South, 1300 East. So the applicant is John Potter with Magnus Commercial Properties, who is representing the property owner. The property is 0.83 acres in size, and the current zoning is MU3, which allows buildings up to 40 feet in height with design review. The MU3 zoning, as we discussed in the previous presentation, went into effect on October 8th. The general plan designation under the Sugar House Plan is mixed use, low intensity. The purpose of the zoning map and general plan amendments is to facilitate the construction of a hotel on the site, which is not a permitted use in the MU3 zone. The zoning consolidation that just went into effect changed the zoning on this property from CB, which is Central Business District, with a maximum building height of 30 feet, to the MU3 with a maximum height of 35 or 40 with design review. In general, the zoning consolidation didn't substantially increase or decrease property development rights across the city. It was properties that were similar, had some similar zoning standards, were combined into these mixed-use zones. And so it was kind of just like a lateral move. And then as a reminder, this is not a development proposal. We are looking at the zoning and the general plan. The applicant has provided preliminary plans, which I have not reviewed for compliance with the MU zone. And as planning reviews these types of petitions, we do not request plans for rezones, but they can be provided by the applicant. So the general plan amendment is a request to amend the Sugar House Community Master Plan from mixed use low intensity to the business district mixed use town center scale, which is the most intensive scale within that plan, and a zoning map amendment to rezone the property from MU3 to MU8, which would allow up to 90 feet of building height with design review, or 75 feet by right. Planning is recommending that the Planning Commission forward recommendations of approval for both petitions. And then to touch on the development agreement, so in 2024, the city adopted a new community benefit policy, and that is what you're seeing with all these rezone petitions. And so since 2024, private property owners or private petitions, when they come in for a rezone or a general plan amendment request, they need to provide a community benefit proposal. The Planning Commission reviews the preliminary proposal and can make a recommendation on it, and then the City Council is ultimately the one who negotiates that proposal and puts it into a development agreement, which will run with the land. If this project is, if the zoning is approved on this project and the hotel is not built, the DA is still with the land, and so the future developer, future property owner would need to amend the development agreement with the City Council because the conditions in it move forward. So standards of approval are listed on this page, sections of code. So essentially the process just looks at consistency with adopted planning documents and policies, the purpose of the new land use designation, and the MU8 zoning district, compatibility with adjacent properties, potential impacts, and proposed community benefits that would result from the amendment. A little property background. So as many people know, Sugar House Park was the site of the Utah State Prison. After the prison was relocated, the corner property became a gas station in 1942. It's been commercially zoned since at least that time. It was a restaurant in the 1950s. Sizzler was on the site from 1964 until they closed in 2020, and the site or the building was demolished in 24. And then we all remember the gas station come and go proposal from 2023, the conditional use permit that was denied. Here's some site photos. The top is of the subject property looking west and northwest. And then the bottom photos show the subject property from Sugar House Road and then across Sugar House as you're exiting. So the first one I will touch on is the general plan amendment. This would need to be adopted to facilitate the zoning map amendment, since zoning needs to reflect what the future land use map of general plans is. So the request is to expand the Sugar House Business District town center scale to the east side of 1300 East. It currently stops on the west side of 1300 East. This piece of land is the only privately owned piece of land on this east side. And the Sugar House plan supports expanding the business district to integrate compatible development along 2100 South. In this, it is under their, as part of the plan, it speaks to that projects that undergo design review will help the town center become a more transit and pedestrian friendly corridor. So I have a map of the business district as is, and then a very vague map showing the boundary, but essentially it just shows that the business district, the plan specifically recommends that it is on the east side of 1300 East and the west side of 900 East, and that's what that map in the plan shows. So the property sits right at the edge of that business district. To the west, zoning allows taller, higher density buildings, while to the north, it transitions into lower intensity uses next to primarily single family neighborhood. And then, as mentioned, this is the only privately owned piece of property. This proposed rezone to MU8 would not set precedent for rezoning properties with the mixed-use, low-intensity land use to a higher-intensity mixed-use zone. I outlined two properties that have the same land use designation that were recently rezoned to MU8 down 2100 South near 900 East, and then some properties to just directly north of the subject property. And then, as discussed, this zoning was adopted in July and went into effect a couple weeks ago. So for the plan amendment, so there's been a substantial citywide population growth since the plan was adopted in 2021. According to the plan and existing development, the business district still has a ways to go before it reaches its full development potential. In the core business district, a lot of the properties on the west side of Highland have been developed, but they were developed under prior zoning and they actually didn't reach the full development potential allowed. The Sugar House plan is a little bit interesting because it was adopted, and then soon after it was adopted, zoning went into place that allowed taller building heights than what the plan called for. And so the plan actually calls for maximum building heights of 4 stories within that town center scale, and does not reflect existing development patterns or the development potential that the zoning had allowed. The property's been commercially zoned for 80 years, and then the mixed-use zoning reflects changes in city policies that support more mixed-use form-based development as opposed to, I guess, development where uses are more segregated. And the proposal does meet Plan Salt Lake policies that I can go through. The second part of the request is the rezone to MU8 from MU3. So the MU8 zone would allow up to 90 feet of building height. You can see building elevations below preliminary of what the developer is intending to build. Buildings above 75 feet must receive design review approval from the Planning Commission. Design review would not be forwarded to the City Council to consider. In addition to allowing more building height, the rezone would also permit the hotel as a land use. The MU3 zone allows short-term rentals, but it does not actually allow hotels. And then you can see the zoning map. So the subject property, as well as the property directly across to the north, are zoned MU3. On the west side of 1300 East, there is MU11 zoning throughout the city. And that's been adopted throughout the city. At this specific location, the council's decided to increase the allowable height to 150 feet. And then across the street to the north is MU6 zoning, which was formerly Sugar House Business District 2, and that allows up to 65 feet. So with the MU8 zoning district proposal, the applicant has already submitted a traffic study. The traffic study indicates that the level of service at the intersection is acceptable and does, based on their standards. And then the traffic study speaks to that the hotel use does not substantially increase projected traffic volumes. It also speaks to like, there's no traffic coming from the site right now because it's vacant. And so while the hotel use would increase traffic, it wouldn't be substantially more than any other redevelopment or by right development. And then, as I just spoke to in the last slide, the other corners of the intersection could also redevelop with building heights between 40 to 150 feet of height. And then the rezoning does not set a new precedent for rezoning to this MU8 from a low-intensity land use. So the applicant is proposing several community benefits, which I'll touch on. The community benefits will be included in the development agreement that is approved by the City Council. And then staff also has some recommendations to add to the development agreement, and I'll speak to those. So the first one is recommending that any development on the site, whether it's under this applicant or a future one, if this project does not move forward, would require 75% enhanced active ground floor uses on the property. So with the mixed use consolidation, the terms active ground floor uses and enhanced active ground floor uses were better defined than our previous code. An active use is anything besides parking and or storage. An enhanced active ground floor use is what we think of as a consumer where you walk into a business, make a transaction, it's a coffee shop, it's retail, it's an art studio. So the reason that I put this as a condition of approval is because the current MU3 zoning has this as a standard. And so if the upzone essentially is approved, then that standard would remain. The reason that it's, there's other properties where the MU8 requires an enhanced active ground floor use, but it's not at this location because the zoning consolidation carves out specific streets where these active uses should go, these more commercial corridor, and because MU8 was not mapped here, therefore it wasn't listed as this, as one of the streets where this enhanced use was required. The applicant is proposing additional signage on the building that would need to be included in the DA, or they would need to undergo a plan development review to change the signage regulations, but they can speak to what they're proposing and their reasoning behind that. And then there's an example of the signage that they are proposing on the side. And as I mentioned previously, the development agreement runs with the land and would need to be amended by the City Council if a change is requested. Staff reviewed city goals and policies, compatibility, public input, and the proposed community benefits. The rezone aligns with initiatives within Plan Salt Lake, including growth, natural environment, beautiful city, and the economy sections. And then the Sugar House plan, the town center scale is the highest density district, which is designed for mixed use development near transit parks and the retail corp. So this would be just right outside of that unless it's expanded. And then the plan speaks to expanding the business district if aligned with design standards to ensure compatibility with new development. And then the Sugar House plan also states that new development should be built close to the sidewalk, include landscaping, and achieve architectural merit through scale, massing, rhythm, and material. Compatibility, so the property has historically been a commercial property. On the map that you see, the purple properties are zoned MU11, so that typically allows up to 11 stories of height, but the property that I put a yellow outline on is up to 150 feet. And then the green properties were formerly the Sugar House Business District 2, and those permit up to 6 stories of height, or 65 feet. Under the existing MU zoning, nearly all properties along 2100 South could redevelopment with taller buildings and higher intensity uses. The two shopping centers east of Highland Drive and west of this property are expected to redevelopment in the nearish future, right? And have a maximum building height of 150 feet. And then the allowable building height within the MU8 zone is not adjacent to the single-family neighborhood. And so it is not, the use or the actual height would not impact those residents. A zoning comparison between the MU3 and 8. So the main thing is the height that we'll speak to. Both require design review to exceed their maximum heights of 35 feet or 75 feet. Sidewalk width is wider in the MU8 zone. Hotels are permitted uses, and then the base MU8 zone at this location would have been permitting ground floor uses, just any use allowed in the zone other than parking or storage, unless that condition is included in the development agreement to have 75% enhanced uses. The setbacks are similar. The MU3 does have some front yard setbacks that the MU8 does not. It's a 5-foot setback, so it's not substantial. Open space requirements are the same. The design standards have all been updated with the consolidation. Their design standards apply to both zones. And then the parking chapter was also updated, and parking is now based on proximity to fixed rail transit. And so this site is within the neighborhood center. Let's see, so I touched on the zoning of surrounding properties other than Sugar House Park, which is of course zoned open space. And then outside of the business district, most of the neighborhood is composed of low density housing. Transportation has reviewed a traffic study, and as part of their review, they did recommend that future development would need to have vehicles exit onto 2100 South during peak travel hours. And then any redevelopment of the site under current or proposed zoning would require a formal review by public utilities where, based on the location of the property next to the draw, public art and drainage, and then also based on the fact that the Parley's runs through, runs next to it, down through Hidden Hollow, and it's a source of groundwater, and so this property is within the groundwater overlay zoning. And then some photos of existing development on each corner. Like I mentioned, last year, the City Council adopted a code amendment that requires a community benefit, and there's a list of multiple options. So for example, if this was like a multi-housing project, they could provide affordable housing. You can preserve open space. There's a historic preservation proposal. So the applicant is stating that they're providing commercial space for local businesses or charitable organizations and public infrastructure that expands capacity for future development. They are proposing rental rates of 25% below market rate for local businesses on the ground floor of the hotel, interest-free tenant improvement financing up to $430,000, free meeting space for community use. The floor plans show community rooms, banquet rooms on the within the hotel. Public use of the underground parking. The preliminary proposal provides more parking than required by code. It would be paid parking, but one of the main concerns Sugar House residents have with redevelopment within the neighborhood is the lack of parking or perceived lack of parking. So this was added as a public benefit. And then they're also proposing a new green bike station within Sugar House Park, which the Park Authority would have to approve, but conversations are continuing. Green Bike is supportive of it, and my understanding is that the Park Authority is supportive of having that as a community benefit if this rezone moves forward. That being said, the City Council has full discretion on whether the proposal meets adopted policy considerations. To speak to community input, I didn't put all the meetings that the developer attended, but property owners and residents were notified. The developer attended a meeting in March, I believe, which I was not out at. I was on leave. And then they also attended a meeting at Highland to discuss the proposal. The main takeaway from the public comments is regarding building height and views, environmental impacts, and congestion and parking. So for building height and views, by right development is 40 feet. The picture, the first picture, which is included in the staff report, shows the signage that's currently on the property. It's about 20 feet tall. And so if the building was built up to 40 feet and built to setbacks, that would effectively block the view of the Wasatch Mountains from the intersection of 2100 South and 1300 East. And then future redevelopment of the shopping center up to 150 in height may also impact Oquirrh Mountain views to the west. The visual impact of redevelopment is not exclusive to the proposed rezoning. It could happen under by right zoning. Environmental impact, as previously mentioned, the property is within groundwater source protection overlay, so that has additional regulations. And then public utilities will require a technical drainage study, and any construction near the draw would require approval from Salt Lake County Flood Control and the state engineer. To speak to congestion and parking, some community members thought that the site would be accessed through Sugar House Park based on their renderings. The renderings show a sidewalk, which is not part of this approval, but access to the site is not permitted through Sugar House Park. If the site is redeveloped for this project, or most likely any project, it'd be a right in, right out onto 13th and 21st. And then, as I mentioned before, our transportation based on the hotel use is recommending directing traffic to 2100 South during peak hours. So planning staff is recommending that the Planning Commission forward a positive recommendation to the City Council for both the general plan amendment and the zoning map amendment. And I'm available for questions if you have any. Thank you.
Great. We will now open to the commissioners for clarifying questions. What I was trying to state earlier is that this is the period I would like the most questionings to happen. Oh, no, we have a presentation by the applicant. So we're going to have the applicant come up. I'm a little scattered today. I don't know why, but this is happening. Thank you so much for coming, and please give your presentation.
Control your presentation.
Just arrows here, I assume. I come down here. Thank you all for your time today. Appreciate the chance to speak and run through our project. My name is John Potter, the developer, eventual manager of the hotel as well. And then Jackson, do you want to? I'm Jackson Ferguson, architect on the project. Amanda covered a lot of points. In the interest of time, I might go through these slides a little quicker than laid out, but of course, look forward to questions afterwards. Just something a little extra about us. I'm a local to the area. When I married my wife almost exactly 13 years ago, she lived in Sugar House. I did steal her away to Mill Creek, I guess, full confession. But as a local developer, local operator, we're in it for the long run, right? Any problems developed are ours to deal with, so we're motivated to make the best long-term project we can. Helped by local design team, we're really looking at this from a local positive contribution to the community. Amanda touched on the site history a little bit, so I'll go short, but as she said, it's been privately owned for an extended period of time, not part of the park. To talk about our project a little bit, we see our hotel as a feature of the neighborhood and a feature of the city, right? It's an upscale hotel with a rooftop restaurant and Utah legislature pelling a bar, hopefully. We see this rooftop amenity and the ability to have nice hotel rooms is something that exists in many other markets, but not so much in Salt Lake City. There's a large growing group of travelers that are seeking, when they go to a new city, to capture that essence of that city, to not stay in that generic 300 square foot box somewhere up in the sky. And what better neighborhood than Sugar House from our perspective, with its all existing local businesses to capture that Salt Lake City essence when they come. As such, this is will be what's called a soft brand hotel, which means that while it'll be in the Hilton family for Hilton Honors benefits and everything like that, it will have its own brand, unique identity, design, not just the exterior, but the interior, the feel, the food offerings, etc. I touched on this maybe, our design goals were to bridge the city and the park, right? To welcome guests, to welcome the community between those two things. We've tried to do that with some of the amenities we're proposing offering in the hotel, rooftop restaurant, I mentioned already, banquet space, meeting areas, some of which have a great community benefit directly, lobby cafe, an activity center with various the frisbees, as I joke, sleds, assuming my insurance company will allow me to do that, and other things that benefit both our guests and locals that are visiting the park already. To touch a little bit on zoning, and Amanda covered some of this already, but when we set out to design our hotel, we looked for compatibility with the area, and obviously it is a rezone request for an increase, but at a lower height than across the street in the now MU11 zone. We looked at proximity to single-family housing. Obviously, a tall tower next to a single-family house cast a very long shadow, and we wanted to avoid that. And we feel that our MU8 application is consistent and compatible with uses across the street and other rezones done in the similar area of Sugar House. We also feel that the hotel use that comes with the rezone that wouldn't be possible under the existing is a positive amenity. We look at hotels as I'll say, semi-public use. It's obviously a private business, but unlike, say, an apartment where you have to either rent it or have a friend, or an office where you have to maybe work there or be invited to a meeting, a hotel welcomes all sorts of people. To be our customer, you only need to afford a cup of coffee to be welcome in the cafe, on the rooftop area, etc. And without the rezone, those kind of features wouldn't be available. I just wanted to touch briefly on some of the community impact and feedback we've received, and I hope we've made some small improvements over time in our various meetings that we've had, and I certainly can't say we've addressed every community concern, but I feel we've made many of them better than where they were when we started the project. The example I give to that is some of the traffic flow improvements that we've done. Nobody likes traffic. I can't say that it's and there's a positive or no traffic input, but I think we've done some layouts that have mitigated or improved. Right, height and massing, certainly a relevant concern. Our original application was actually for MU11. We amended our application and shrunk our hotel slightly to better communicate to the community our intent with height. Our original draft was closer to 95 feet in height. It wasn't that much into the MU11, but with some guidance from the city and some feedback from the public, we amended to MU8 and shrunk the hotel slightly to better communicate that intent. We didn't want the community to feel there was a bait and switch of asking a lot that we weren't going to use and then sneaking something in later. So the MU8 gives us our 89-foot height building, admittedly, but hopefully clears up that confusion. Community amenities, right? People have talked to us a lot about the desire for a coffee shop here. We fulfill that in the lobby. Pedestrian orientation, walkability is something we've been able to integrate very well, pending approval from the Sugar House Park Authority, which, full disclosure, we don't have. I don't want to misrepresent that. We should be able to provide that great integration between the city and the park as part of being that bridge. Safety and lighting, adding a 24-hour presence. These are all things we've heard feedback on. Parking was something we focused on, and we know that's a top community concern, and so we've, to great expense, allocated a lot of resources towards a very large parking garage to make sure that our guests aren't spilling out into the area. and that we have a surplus for other people coming for the various activities in town. Earthen dam is another valid concern. Oh, sorry. Yes, earthen dam is another valuable concern that people have raised. We've talked to the relevant authorities about the potential impacts there. As you'll see actually up here, you'll see the dam maintenance area that we obtained from Salt Lake County. We not only are outside of that, but we've structured the underground of the hotel to be, that's the farthest from the property line of any of the corners, out of respect to taking an abundance of caution. Due to those concerns. Water table, previous concern brought up. We all know the water situation with the pond there. Some of you might have driven past there a few weeks ago after the largest rainstorm in Salt Lake City's ever had and noticed a rig on the property. Just recently, that rig was there gathering a little extra data for us as to the depth of the water table to confirm where it was. Our previous boring showed it was low, but we wanted to test again, and I believe it came in at 51 feet, I believe, which is far below the lowest impact of our construction. Oh, excuse me. Two community benefits, because those past things were a number of positive features, things we tried to address. Two community benefits as defined by Salt Lake City. We certainly wanted, as required by statute, but wanted to be respectful of the rezone we're asking. And we looked at these when crafting them as how can we be a valued part of the community. To touch on it again, our hotel appeal is as a member of a community. We want to welcome guests to a Salt Lake City neighborhood. We need to respect that neighborhood, and we feel our benefits are a great job starting with that. So our first benefit, discounted rents for one tenant to 25% below market rent. The key to this is for a local tenant, right? The example I often use would be a food truck operator looking to maybe go to brick and mortar, right? He's got a marketing following, he's got a great product, maybe he lacks that ability to break into that more expensive level. We'd love to be able to offer and be bound by a development agreement. Additionally, with that, we're offering 0% financing on their tenant improvements, right? Another barrier to a small business owner who, again, has that great concept but can't take that next step. Second benefit we're offering, a community use space. Jackson on his walkthrough later will feature the area, but we have various meeting spaces available at the hotel. Our second floor one is particularly convenient to the park. That would be great to host community organizations, the community council, or other local groups. Public use garage. We are proposing an excess capacity garage to address the concerns that we've received from the community to be able to more than park our hotel and provide a public amenity through a paid garage. We think this one is particularly critical with the rezone across the street. As density increases in the area, it will only be more important, we feel, to have a publicly available garage in this area. And final point on the community benefits is we hope to partner with with Green Bike to join their network, right? Hopefully in integration with the park, assuming approval with the Sugar House Park Authority. But if not, perhaps at our hotel as part of our activities center. I think most of you are familiar with Green Bike, but in short, they've got a great network of very affordable, reasonably bike programs around the city, allow you to do one-way trips, et cetera. It's great for commuting, great for tourists. It's perfect use for the community and the hotel in this location. To touch on some what we call project-driven community benefits. These don't meet the definition of Salt Lake statute for community benefits, but still are areas that we think we can add value to the community. These include local art and local artist use for pictures in the hotel rooms, as well as an art display out in our pedestrian plaza drop-off area. Park improvements as discussed lightly, pending approval by the Park Authority, of course. The enhanced security presence, economic benefits, of course, of the hotel. Hotels are top tax generators, certainly. The lobby cafe I touched on as well, a perfect meeting space for meeting up for the morning jog or whatever community members are missing for that food and beverage opportunity in the park. And then, of course, a hotel as a public use that I touched on earlier. It's a very welcoming space to people that aren't even guests. Jackson, do you want to maybe walk them through in more detail?
And I'll be quick. Essentially, I don't know if you can tell, but John is very passionate and has been very involved with us for quite some time for proof of concept. And the plans that we have here really exercise that. For the orange, you can see arrow, we can see main entry. We've got entrance from the street, a real lobby that works to pass from one side to the other to work with the park, cafe in the lobby, as well as retail spaces on the main floor totaling 4,500 square feet.
And you notice some of the enhanced activation with the retail on all sides, as well as Jackson touched on, how the lobby connects to both the park side and the city side.
Yep. And on the second level, we have on the south end of the property, which is to the right of the page, we have the larger meeting rooms, which would be open to public use. They can be rented or they can be used for free with community council. Yeah. These have an easy connection to the first floor through the grand stair. This is basic hotel level.
145 guest rooms. I believe I forgot to mention that earlier.
Then the top floor is also very important for the public. We've done a lot of work to design the hotel to work this way at no small expense to make it work. We have the restaurant on the south with for the view of the park, as well as to integrate with the city, rooftop terrace. We have banquet hall that could be used for weddings or other gatherings on the kind of that northeast wing. And then we have some support spaces there on that level as well, but all public usable space.
We appreciate your time tonight and are excited to answer any questions and to hear more feedback as we keep developing this project and hopefully keep moving forward. So thank you, and thanks again to the community for all the feedback we previously received.
Great, thank you. Let's open it up to clarifying questions amongst the commission. Ask away anything that you would like to about this project.
I just have one clarifying question for staff. So in the MU8 zone, if a ground floor use is defined as anything other than storage and parking, and your proposed condition is enhanced ground floor use, how are we defining that? What is that actually going to mean?
I can get the actual definition. I don't in my staff report. It is.
I think your mic's, at least maybe it needs to be closer to your mouth. I'm not sure.
I will look through the staff report for the actual definition, but essentially it's what we discuss all the time at commission. It's retail, it's uses that the public can go into and use. It's not a gym, it's not bike storage, it's not just for the hotel users. It needs to be something that is open to the community for transactions.
And that's the same, that's defined as the major streets in Salt Lake City have that same definition in the MU zones, yeah?
Correct. It's a new definition with the MU consolidation, and then the enhanced uses, depending on the zone, are mostly along corridors. The reason that this, for example, MU3 has an enhanced use, MU8, 2100 South was not listed as one of those corridors because it just wasn't mapped there.
My final question for you is, in the MU zones, at what point do we actually see hotel as a permitted use? Is it only MU8, or does there anything between MU3 and MU8? Are there, what's the point where we start to see that as a permitted use?
Let me pull up the MU zones and I can tell you.
Yeah, you can get back to that one.
Okay, I can do that.
While she's looking that up, are there any other clarifying questions for the team?
It's just a comment. Go back to that ground floor plan.
Oh, sure.
I did have questions concerning 75% use of the ground floor, for public access and activity zones, I think is what staff called it as. And I think this plan really does that very well. The lobby space to the south and the other tenant spaces that are wrapping around the corner, I think would very much activate what happens on the ground floor at both 21st and 13th. So, well done.
Cool.
I have the definition of enhanced active use, if you want that.
Sure, that'd be great.
So it's such as retail, restaurants, bars, art studios, civic spaces, theaters, museums, etc., and other uses determined to be substantially similar by the planning director and planning commission. And uses, the planning director or planning commission shall consider whether uses are substantially similar based on the level of public access for the purpose of receiving a service or product from the use.
Okay, thank you. Amanda, is that something that is going to take a minute? If so, we can move back to it.
Here it's going.
have.
It's opening.
So it's the first MU zone that allows hotels is MU5, everything and above.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, if there are no more clarifying questions, then we will open to the public comment. If you would like to discuss an item, you have 2 minutes to present unless you are representing a recognized community organization. This will be facilitated by the vice chair.
All right, I will read out the person who's coming up as well as the two following. So if you're in the overflow room and you hear your name, please come over. First, we will hear from Judy Short, and then from Soren Simonson, and then from Milton Brazelton.
Thank you. My name is Judy Short. At its regularly scheduled land use and zoning meeting, 85 people signed the roster, and we know additional people were present when we discussed this. Normally, we get about 12 to 15 people. Before I wrote my September 11th letter to you, I had 129 comments, and 107 were against this change. I have continued to receive comments, mostly negative, but haven't counted the numbers. They're all in your staff report. That's why you have 134 pages. A former trustee on the Sugar House Council reminded me how much time it takes working on the 1984 master plan. One of the key principles of which everyone agreed was that the Monument Plaza was our town center. The very idea that a 7-story building erupting from the smooth green space of Sugar House Park could ever be considered an active bridge to the park is nonsense. And considering it to be the town center is ludicrous. The current plan also incorporates the Sugar House Business District Master Plan. It does not include incorporating the park into the Sugar House Business District. When the RDA established the Sugar House Business District as an RDA project, the east side of 13th was definitely not part of that district and is not now considered as such by anyone to this day. Furthermore, the additional amenities listed for the hotel get the extra height: a restaurant, banquet hall, cafe, bicycles, outdoor sports, rentals, and retail guarantee round-the-clock activity incompatible with the purpose of the park, which is the quiet, recreational, educational, historical, and cultural enjoyment of all residents of Salt Lake City and County. This is from the Sugar House Park Authority Incorporation Agreement. And we have plenty of these already, including at the Garden Center. They are redundant. We're not against development. It's been going around all around us for years. If this project were proposed in the business district, we'd all be for it. If the hotel has 180 parking spaces and 145 rooms, that doesn't leave much parking for overflow events. During park events, there's often no parking available on that huge big road around the park. And where will the employees park? In the neighborhoods? In the Sugar House Center? Mr. Potter says there's off-site parking for them. Where? Many people are worried about the groundwater contamination should there be a flood in the park. The earthen dam under the existing parking lot is meant to catch the overflow. I know you received a copy of the photo of the most recent flood a few years back, which filled the lake and overflowed clear to Sprague Library. What will we do to that amazing land and the sago lily? Will it pollute the city water supply? Located directly south of the site for the proposed hotel is the Sago Lily at the Draw, a monumental sculpture designed by world-renowned environmental artist Patricia Johansson to address the centuries-old problem of flood control on Parley's Creek. The Draw at Sugar House is engineered to work as a dam and is listed on the Utah Registry of Dams. It's the first flood control system in America that also has an internationally famous art installation. It was built by the county, the city, and the state of Utah. Designed in the shape of Utah's state flower, the Sago Lily Plaza has 3 distinct parts. The petals. The north petal is a concave wall that's reinforced to divert floodwater that overflows the pond and redirects it to flow safely under 13th East into Parley's Creek in Hidden Hollow. And the north petal is part of the earthen dam that protects properties downstream from catastrophic damage in the event of a flood. Plans for construction of an underground two-level, 180-space parking garage must be reviewed by Salt Lake Flood Control and by the state dam engineer. Any excavation or construction that could destabilize the earthen dam could threaten the safety of people, residences, and businesses downstream and our water supply. Traffic on this corner has been at transportation level F, that's the lowest you can go, for at least 15 years. This will just make that worse. The exit from the hotel will be right out only. Those going up the 21st
All right,
South.
that's time. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Next, we will hear from Soren Simonson, and then Milton Brazelton, and then Yvonne Martinez.
Good evening, Soren Simonson. I live just a few blocks from here. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I absolutely support the staff recommendation and encourage you to approve the zoning and general plan amendment for this. I appreciate Amanda's incredible work, a lot of thoughtful listening to the community. I know that many of us may be scared of change. There's a lot of that's happened in Sugar House for the last 30 or 40 years, from creating a giant sprawling shopping center to now trying to correct some of our past mistakes and create a real urban district built around transit and walkable communities. I was the consultant that worked with Salt Lake City on the master plan for Sugar House in the early 2000s. We recommended at the time the creation of a very walkable, pedestrian-oriented business district. We were glad that both the Planning Commission and City Council adopted those plans in 2005. I think that this project is entirely consistent with that master plan. And even though it's at the edge of the business district, it is something that we desperately need. What we know we don't want is continued sprawling, auto-oriented development in an area that really is changing. My mother grew up just a block from this place and went to Irving Junior High School. My daughter's a student at Highland High School now. I've asked them what they think about this proposal. And while they share concerns about change, we know that we want a better community, and a vacant lot right now is not part of contributing to a great community. The one thing I will add that I lament is that we don't have transfer of development rights as a city tool. Amy Berry on the Planning Commission several years ago said that we need to not be sprawling at the edges of our cities, and there should be a commensurate densifying in our urban centers like Sugar House with not sprawling at the edges. The city just recently rezoned one of the most environmentally sensitive parts of Salt Lake City.
Thank you, that's time.
River for manufacturing. We should have TDR to address projects like this. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, next we will hear from Milton Brazelton, and then Yvonne Martinez, and then Francis Lilly.
Thank you. You pronounced my last name correctly. I'm a resident of Sugar House. live a quarter block from 7th East Station on the S line. When this was first presented to us at the community council meeting, I have to say I was in favor of the concept. However, since studying it, I do not agree with the design as presented to us. At first, I was entranced, inspired, intrigued by the design. I do have a little background. Half a century ago, I made A's in architecture class at the U of U. Have read some architecture books. I was impressed with the thought, ingenuity, analysis that went into designing this hotel and the piece de resistance, that rooftop restaurant with a 270-degree expansive view. See the Wasatches, the whole valley, the Oakers, the biggest green space in our neighborhood right below. That's something. There's I have two caveats. First one is where the footprint of the building, the intersection. As Judy's already mentioned, traffic is really bad, especially weekday rush hour at 13th East and 21st South, and it's getting worse. And it won't matter if this hotel's built or not, it's still getting worse because of all the tall residential buildings, apartments, and condos that are being built in our area. If this is built, this will put a multi-story, 7-story block house right into the intersection when the other 3 corners of the intersection have 1-story setback buildings. If this is to be built, it needs to change the footprint on the property. It is not pedestrian an amenity.
Thank you. That's your time.
What?
That's your time. Thank you.
Oh my gosh.
All right, next we will hear from Yvonne Martinez, and then Francis Lilly, and then Andrew Caponi. And a reminder, please state your name at the beginning. Thank you.
My name is Yvonne Martinez. I have lived in Sugar House for about 13 years. I live right across the street from the hotel in that where the Dodo is in that neighborhood. So I'm probably one of the closest neighbors that's going to be to the next to this hotel. I would say probably the number one concern I have is the traffic. Since the hotel exits only go to the right and the airport's to the left, I'm kind of confused on how people are going to either get to I-80 to go westbound to get to the freeway. The only way they're going to be able to do is they're going to have to cross, flip the UE at where the Chevron is, or go up to the CVS and flip a UE there to get back onto the freeway. Or they're going to have to go way east and catch it up there to go way west to get to the airport. And my concern is that if they're late for their plane, they need to hurry. What they're going to do is they're going to flip a U-turn right there by View Street, if there's an opening there, or they're going to do it at 14th, or they're going to cut through 14th, because 14th is a wide street, and people like to go fast there. And then maybe go down Westminster, which is a wide street, which will then, a lot of people speed through that as well to get to the freeway. So I'm sure when this traffic study was done, they didn't look at how that traffic would affect the neighborhood that's so close. If there is a barrier or something put there, say at View Street and at 14th, so you can't make a U-turn there, that's going to affect how I get into my neighborhood. It's also going to affect how people get to all those businesses that are on 21st South, like Sugar House Glass and Sue's Alterations, the bank, and the Baskin Robbins.
Thank you. That's time.
All right. Next, we'll have Francis Lilly, and then Andrew Caponi, and then Janet Hemming.
So my name is Francis Lilly. I am a Sugar House resident. I live on just off of 9th East, and in full disclosure, I'm also a planner with the city of Mill Creek. I'm in support of this. I think, first off, Amanda and the planning team did an excellent job. I think this is a good and well-reasoned staff report. On one level, this is the least bad option for the site, given what we understand about the property owner's disposition, inability of the city to condemn the property for open space. In any case, we in Sugar House don't need more open space. Other communities, other parts of our communities do. And if the city is going to put the effort and the funding toward acquiring something for open space, it should go, for equity reasons, it should go into other neighborhoods and not ours. I'm also not in support of the property sitting vacant as a nuisance for decades. The view shed impacts, as stated, are minimal. As a resident, I welcome and I'm actually excited about this type of use in the neighborhood. This is a use that brings jobs, commercial opportunities, meaningful tax revenue, and none of these things are anything to look over. This proposal also does a good job at addressing and connecting to the park as a frontage. The building was designed in part to address the park and make the park part of its program, and that's been one of my top concerns about the future of this site. I do disagree with the Community Council's recommendation, but I do understand their concerns about tall buildings in general, particularly along 2100 South. You might, in your recommendation, make a specific finding with respect to the character of this site. It's on a major commercial intersection with existing commercial uses on three other sides. It's proximate to an interstate highway. It's served by multiple high-frequency bus lines. It's across the street adjacent to the commercial core of Sugar House, and it does not abut an existing Sugar House, or single household or duplex neighborhood. I think the applicant has done a good job at coming up with a good design. It's a good use. It's a good program, and I think it's a good option for the future of the site. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Andrew Capone, and then Janet Hemming, and then Sheila or Sherla O'Driscoll.
Hi, everyone. I'm Andrew Capone. I'm a current resident of Sugar House on Elm between 9th and 10th. I wanted to ask you just to take a moment and think about what makes the Sugar House neighborhood the desirable and vibrant neighborhood that it is. My answer is it's the parks, it's our shared spaces, and it's our local businesses. The current proposal adds nothing to that, and in fact actively hurts 2, if not 3 of those. I could run down all the reasons why I think this is a bad idea, whether it's added traffic, a lack of parking, not adding jobs to the local community, or destroying our amazing views of the 2 mountain ranges in the park. But I don't want to be naive here. I understand this is a private parcel and it needs to be developed and provide a return, but I want to work with you guys to figure out a solution that adds value to our neighborhood and does not destroy what makes it great. Just the other night, we were debating, is it Sugar House or is it Liberty Park that is the central park of Salt Lake City? And we landed on Sugar House Park being that park. Don't put a hotel there. What is the legacy that you want to leave on this community? And I don't think it's what we just saw. Thank you.
Thank you. Guys, sorry, we asked that we don't have clapping or cheering or jeering or anything like that, so thank you. Next, we'll have Janet Hemming, and then Sheila O'Driscoll, and then Kenner Kingston.
Janet Hemming. Dear Commissioners, please deny this request for a 90-foot hotel next to Sugar House Park, a park that is the crown jewel of all Salt Lake City parks. There are countless reasons why this project is wrong. Let me give you 3. 1, the developer claims this project would, quote, fill a gap in the hotel market. That is absolutely false. 2 motels operate within 0.2 of a mile of this location, supplying 232 rooms. 3 more motels are in close proximity, representing a total of 640 rooms. The bed count alone for these 5 properties is over 1,000. Just this week, the Rocky Mountain Lodging Report announced that Salt Lake City's motel and hotel occupancy rate for 2025 is 70.3. That's a 30% cushion. We have plenty of capacity. 2, for obvious reasons, hotels aren't permitted in an MU3 zone, a zone just created by the council 4 months ago. The developer is trying to cram something into a space where it doesn't belong. 3, please be forewarned. This proposal hotel will cause traffic congestion and will cause traffic problems. Anyone on this commission who thinks this is not true is simply ignoring reality and ignoring the knowledge of people in this room, people who live there, people who live, drive, and work in that area. Just below the property on 2100 South, there are constant traffic jams with cars trying to get into and out of the extended stay American Suite Motel. When you vote, I hope common sense will prevail, not dollar signs, not a 349-page report, not pressure from a developer. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Sheila O'Driscoll, and then Kenner Kingston, and then Richard Lehman.
Thank you. I'm excited to be here. It's been a long time since I participated in a public meeting.
Sorry, could you state your name?
Well, my name is Sheila O'Driscoll.
Thank you.
I have lived northeast of Sugar House Park and Highland High School for just shy of 40 years. My husband and I moved into the area. He was a grad student up at the university, and we just thought we would be here a few years. Didn't work out that way. We ended up living 2 different residences in the time we've been here, raised our kids. They all went to Highland High School. From April of 1994 to April of 2014, I served as a trustee on the Sugar House Community Council. That's 20 years. And this whole experience for me tonight just reminded me while I was there for 20 years. I loved the public input. I loved the ideas and stuff. I have to tell you that my ideas and my feelings, I have reflected, I have read Judy's report, I have read the descriptions and participated. I was at the Highland High School thing. I appreciate those opportunities. They are important. I can tell you there are thousands of people that have absolutely no idea in my neighborhood what doing this MU8 zoning change will do to our neighborhood. And as soon as they find out, and I will talk to every elementary school, every church congregation I have, and the high school and the middle schools, that they know what's going to happen if you vote this MU8 thing in to happen. And we will be at the city council, and we will continue, and we will show up and oppose this. I have picketed as a member of the council before to get things. And if we have to stand on a corner with
Thank you, that's your time.
Do it. No, a resounding no. Capital N, capital O,
Thank you.
exclamation point.
Again, we ask that we don't clap or cheer or boo or anything, so just thank you. Next, we have Kenner Kingston, and then Richard Lehman, and then Alan Sanderson.
Thank you. My name is Kenner Kingston. I'm a longtime Sugar House resident living near 17th East and 17th South, not far from this site. I'm also an architect and business owner with an office across the street from Sugar House Monument Plaza. I'm speaking in opposition to this zoning change. I ride my bike by this site almost every single day. I did this evening on my way home. I'm very familiar with it. It's interesting to be on this side of the equation. I'm pro-development, I'm pro-density. And I've never said anything in opposition to Soren Simonson until today. That said, I'm also pro-viewshed and pro-park, meaning I'm for the parks and the Wasatch's presence coming first, even if it can't exist in a perfect form at this corner due to a history of private property ownership. Questions I've asked myself as I've worried about this site, even while it was still the Sizzler. Does Sugar House need a gateway framed by tall buildings on each side of this road? No. It loves the decompression it has at this busy intersection. We would never contemplate anything like this in other important open space areas, like, I could say Central Park, but that's a little over the top, right? But that's what's going on here, is the need for a decompression on that side. Nature is the gateway. We don't need a building to form a gateway. That is such a architect point of view on the world. Does the neighborhood need a hotel? No. Somebody else covered this better than I would. Does the park need an anchor on this corner? It does. It could use a little something here, right? But not one of this size. It would love an opportunity, an appropriately scaled place that the place that goes there needs the park as much as the park needs it. Interestingly enough, the list of allied uses that could go on the main floor is the list of uses for the actual use of the facility that should go on this parcel, not a hotel.
Thank you. That's your time. Next, we'll hear from Richard Lehman, and then Alan Sanderson, and then Cromer.
Richard Lehman, speaking for myself, but I'm on the board. First, everything he said. Second, look east, Planning Commission, look east. Everything the staff report says is really about promoting sprawl of the commercial district when 1300 is the gateway to the residential neighborhood east. It's outside of the town center. To think about Jacques Derrida talking about text and context, the staff report's great on text analysis of all the planning documents. It fails to adequately address the context of this site, in effect, being on a park. What major urban park, and I'm jealous of Liberty Park, by the way, what major urban park in major cities has a building on its property, in effect, seemingly? Every Central Park, Union Square, Millennium Park, Franklin Park, all these parks, the buildings are across the street, and they're worth millions, if not billions of dollars. Finally, the private use of this site is a historic anomaly that's unfortunate the state, city, and county didn't address when the park was created. It can still be addressed, but not if you further strengthen this anomaly by allowing for a much bigger building. I agree with Judy Wood. If it were in the commercial district, pro-density, pro-development, yep, that's me. I've worked on urban revitalization for 25 years. Not against development, not against these developers. It's just, it's the wrong place for a potentially good use. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will have Alan Sanderson, and then Cindy Cromer, and then Bern Oliver.
My name is Alan Sanderson. I live north of Sugar House Park in the Blue Boutique District. To approve the application, the burden is on the applicant to demonstrate that there's a substantial need, a hotel, that is not being met with the current zoning or within the surrounding area. Within the Sugar House Business District, there are 2 existing hotels and opportunities for others. There are also multiple existing coffee shops as well as many restaurants. For these reasons alone, the application fails to meet the burden. However, the application makes many specious claims about the benefit for the local community, but when examined, they fail. The benefit would simply be for those staying at the hotel. For example, the offer for the community to utilize the hotel is not feasible because of the lack of parking. The hotel proposes approximately 145 rooms, but 180 parking spaces. The hotel is fully occupied. That leaves 35 spaces, which are going to be used by the employees because there's nowhere else to park in the vicinity. So that leaves no room for the public, not even for somebody to come in and out quickly to get a cup of coffee at their cafe. This is one example within the application that does not meet the burden. Finally, I take umbrage at many of the claims within the application. The project falsely claims denying the application would deter future development initiatives. There have been 2 proposals, a gas station and now a hotel. We haven't heard others that could be put into that area that meet the current zoning. The property in its current state is not a blight. The previous building has been removed. All it remains is an empty lot. Denying the application would not impede broader neighborhood redevelopment. There is no broader neighborhood, just the park. Redevelopment to the west has continued unimpeded for over a decade. There's no redevelopment to the north. To the south is the interstate. For these reasons and more, the application must be denied. There's more appropriate development that fits within the current zoning that can be done there. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Cindy Cromer, and then Bern Oliver, and then Lynn Schwartz.
I hope you'll bear with me. My name is Cindy Cromer, with an argument about the nature of community benefit. Recently, I've seen some proposals which took advantage of the proximity to public open space in the East Downtown, Ballpark neighborhood, Wasatch Hollow, and Euclid. Add Sugar House, where proximity to Sugar House Park will forever protect the views of the Wasatch Mountain, access to solar energy and sunlight. These amenities are not protected by ordinance anywhere, at least not in this country, and the public pays for their protection for adjacent property owners by maintaining the open space. To me, that raises the bar very high for what constitutes a community benefit. It's not a garden variety community benefit. It's a benefit paid for by the public's maintenance of open space. So I've tried to think of a community benefit commensurate with the developer's gain to the proximity of the park. I can't, and there are certainly not relevant community benefits on the table in this case. The abutting property to the proposed hotel is open space. Beyond that is public land with a new 3-story high school proposed. As you move east on 2100 South, you encounter 2-story buildings, very low-density residential, R1 7000, a 3-story mixed-use node. You have to go miles all the way to Foothill in the nexus of I-80 and 215 to find a 4-story building. This proposed rezone does not relate to the context of the park, the high school, the single-family neighborhood, or the neighborhood businesses. It fails to relate even to the atmosphere of the office park near Foothill and the freeways. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Bern Oliver, and then Lynn Schwartz.
Thank you. My name is Bim Oliver, although I kind of like Bern, and I might take that home to my wife and see how it plays. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. I speak in opposition to the proposal to develop a hotel on a property at the corner of 1300 East and 2100 South. While I appreciate the efforts of planning staff, the recommendation for approval is based on a number of erroneous assertions about various aspects of the proposal. My primary concern is that the report states that the property in question is adjacent to or on the periphery of the business district, or even located within an expansion of the business district proposed by the Sugar House Master Plan, so that it represents a natural extension of the district. Those assertions are incorrect. The property in question is clearly separated from the business district by 1300 East, which represents a substantial buffer, a distinct boundary between the business district and both Sugar House Park and the property itself. The Sugar House Plan recommends expanding the business district to, not across, this boundary. The property is zoned MU3 because it clearly does not belong to the business district. The staff report states in several places that the development of the proposed hotel would somehow support the city's goal for higher density development. Again, these assertions are incorrect. The goal of creating more high density development is directed at housing, not at hotel rooms, which will have no impact on Salt Lake's critical housing crisis. The staff report avoids any assessments of impacts on Sugar House Park other than to dismiss concerns about parking. In particular, the staff report discounts the visual impacts of the proposed hotel on park users, including the impacts on the view shed from the park. This is a significant oversight. Finally, the proposal represents an attempt to engage in spot zoning, which is
Thank you. That's your time.
Thank you.
Thanks. Next, we'll hear from Lynn Schwartz.
Best for last. Lynn Schwartz. The Planning Department just spent a great deal of time, effort, and expertise to rezone all the mixed-use zones in Salt Lake City. In the rezone of the Sugar House Business District, they were not shy in increasing the intensity of allowed development to double the existing height. With all of that, the proper zoning for the hotel parcel was deemed to be MU3 and should remain so. The developer is requesting a general plan amendment to amend the Sugar House Master Plan use land use map to add business district mixed-use town center scale, which was a proposed designation in the master plan. On page 16 of the master plan, figure 10 delineates the proposed district, which clearly and specifically excludes the east side of 13th East and the hotel parcel. The text for the proposed town center scale mixed-use area says it should be oriented around Monument Plaza and never suggests expansion to the east side of 13th East. Even the business district future land use map on page 7 of the staff report specifically excludes the hotel parcel. Much is made of the parcel as a gateway location. The intersection of 13th East and 21st South is an extremely poor example of an urban design gateway. Using extra signage, which is in addition to the hotel signage, is a prime example of visual clutter. It is in direct opposition to the standard proposed on page 17 of the master plan, which states gateway streets should be visually uncluttered, their views unobstructed. The staff report states on page 6 that MU8 is specifically intended for denser commercial locations. The intense commercial uses in Sugar House Business District have a natural break at 13th East and should stop there.
Thank you. That is all the cards we had. If there's anyone else who would like to speak, you can step up to the microphone.
Hi, my name is Mohit Rupale, and I come here to urge you to approve this zoning change. I've seen this story over and over again. A private lot is empty, a developer comes in and proposes building a building on it. The community, or rather those who have 4 hours to spare on a weekday, come speak against the plan citing the same reasons: congestion, parking, traffic. But it boils down to the same thing, an aversion to change. I come here to argue that we need to allow change. As more people want to live, visit, and enjoy parts of our city needs to grow to allow for this, not stifle it. 2 years ago, a developer proposed apartments with commercial use at 21st South and 1100 East. The same pattern of anti-change emerged, and that proposal was shot down. Now, 2 years later, a massive lot in the center of Sugar House sits empty, no use, no activation, no property taxes for the city to use, just an empty bank lot serving no one. I urge you to not allow this same mistake to happen at this lot. I hate the idea of seeing this lot remain a gray slab of concrete in 2, 5, or 10 years. Not only an eyesore for the community, but not using some of the most valuable land we have in Sugar House for any useful use. I like the idea of ground floor retail, cafe, and restaurants right next to Sugar House Park, something that connects the park areas more directly to the center of Sugar House. I like the idea of local businesses in ground level and a rooftop restaurant, and fail to see reasons to not maximize the use of this land. Furthermore, I have heard many things about how we are blocking views of the mountains. I also want to point out that the views of the Wasatch Mountains at this hotel blocks only if you're standing on the intersection of 21st South and 1300 East. No views of the Wasatch Mountains get blocked from the park itself. I don't see any reason to not approve the zoning change, and I urge approval of the zoning change today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Camille Thorpe. I'm 1784 South, 1600 East, right about where the U-turn would be with the traffic that was mentioned. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for staying so late. And my last comment is very short, which just is there a community benefit? And I actually want to say that it appears to be 100% a benefit for the applicant. The view has been mentioned, but now we can sled there too, but it's not a park. But where do you sled but a park? So I would deny the request for change.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? All right. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Jean Daly. I spoke at the high school meeting, and I understand they made some adjustments for the water, the underground parking. I'm here to tell you I do wilderness search and rescue. I have a cadaver dog. I spent the month of July in Central Texas. I pulled 3 8-year-old bodies out of the mud. Water, where they're planning to put this building, is a disaster waiting to happen. And all you need to do is look at Judy's picture of what happened 2 years ago. 2 years ago. And it's just a disaster. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Anyone else who would like to speak on this topic? All right.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your public comments. We will now open to discussion. You may have a few minutes to respond. Let me just recite some of the things that I heard. I saw you guys writing a lot of the same exact stuff. So,
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
You need to close the public comment.
Let's close the public comment. Let it be closed. So some of the things that I noticed are comments about parking, comments about excitement about the development, traffic, other comments about support of the development, concerns about the use as a hotel versus some other kind of use, and abundance of other hotels. The view shed was commented many times, and that it is outside the city, the center of the neighborhood was another often commented thing. And then another comment about that this allows its maximal use of the space that is this specific privately owned lot. Please go ahead and address what you would like to. Try to keep it around 5 minutes. Of course, there's a lot, so, but yeah, be respectful of everyone's time.
Sure, absolutely. I missed something, let me know. No, I appreciate that chance. I'll go through, many of my things were on your list too. I'll try to go through quickly. The water concerns, no doubt a legitimate concern, and something we've worked with our engineering firm to make sure that the design reflects the potentially difficult situations. I mentioned in my talk earlier about double checking the depth of the water, but we've also been cognizant in thinking of our 30-foot deep garage relative to the design needed for the water accommodation. Our engineering company has poked many holes all over the Sugar House area and is very aware of some of the underground rivers, and we've tried to account for that with their knowledge and with actual testing at the site. My note says blocking sunlight comment. I'd point out that the existing site, of course, has no block sunlight, but the existing zoning does allow 40 feet. That 40 feet zoning would certainly be obstruction to views from the CVS and the KFC in a theoretically less than our 90-foot height, but I guess I just say that it's a tough comparison to the 0-foot height right now when one considers that, but existing zoning would allow some blockage. I would add, though, that whether it's 40 foot or 90 feet, that our location on the west side of the park, and again with the CVS and other things across the street, is different from a view corridor consideration than if we were, say, well, certainly in the middle or in other possible perspectives, right? We are outside of the park. We do have those KFC and other adjacent not view uses. We are away from a view perspective, certainly, of single-family homes that would, if they were present, bear the most impact from a view. Somebody commenting about hurting small business owners. While I admit I'm not a small business owner, I am a local business owner. Our community benefits reflect helping small business owners grow. I think one of the comments involved damages done. We see our benefits in our retail space actually as an asset to that. We're also in late discussions for partnering with Scott Evans of the Pago Group to be our restaurant partner. He's also a local business owner. So besides us being local business owners, we see all our retail and even our rooftop restaurant as is encouraging small business development. And as I talked about, that's not just a pledge here. It is, and I'll bind to that through development agreement, but it's literally our business model in that we want to offer these local experiences to guests that are looking for local experiences. We don't want a Chipotle, and no disrespect, I know there's one a block and a half away, but that's not what our guests want. That's not what we want. We want the local business, and we've provided through our community benefits incentives to back that up financially. To the parking capacity concerns, I understand everybody's fears with that, and as I mentioned earlier, we tried to address as best we could. We commissioned an independent third-party parking study to document our actual needs. Sort of, this will be our 8th hotel. We have experience, but we looked at it. Don't take my word for it. We did that independent study, which accounted for the hotel use, the employees, the retail space, and the banquet and restaurant space as well. Just as a side note, because we hear this one a lot, as far as how do the employees park when the guests park, it's an interesting quirk of the hotel industry that I've been in for 15 years, that peak employee parking is exactly opposite of peak guest parking, since housekeepers and main administration and whatnot do their work in the daytime when the guests are all out doing business, seeing family, going to graduations, and that inverts throughout the day. It actually makes it a relative to other use parking efficient. But that being said, we've tried to account for that, and our study confirms our excess capacity. As far as hotel as a use, there are 2 hotels in the market. On a personal note, when I first came out to Salt Lake City 20 years ago, so I'm a local, but I didn't grow up here. When I came out 20 years ago, I somewhat randomly picked a hotel to stay at, and I stayed at that extended stay hotel that's in the market, that's close by. That was my Sugar House experience, was shopping at the Whole Foods and using the kitchens in that hotel. So I understand the market professionally and personally. I will say that Spring Hill Suites is a top-performing hotel for the select service category in Salt Lake City. It runs at very high occupancy and very high rates. I don't know if this is the purview of the Planning Commission, but since it came up from multiple people, I want to address that the hotel market is exceptionally strong locally, and as well as this concept we're offering of a local experience is a growing trend of the modern traveler in the hotel industry. And to that point, outside of the Asher Adams and maybe the Grand America, a quality boutique hotel, branded, Grand America is not branded, but branded product is very uncommon in Salt Lake City. Again, I don't know if these should be considered, but I wanted to respond to some of the comments. I think that was a number of them. I welcome a reminder on a few more. The traffic, thank you. The traffic, we did a third-party traffic study and submitted it to the city. I know Amanda referenced it in her report. The way I sum up the traffic, and it's all public record for your all review, is that the hotel use, I believe, is at peak hour is a 2.7% increase in traffic running through that intersection. I believe it's approximately 50 more cars in that hour. And as I hinted at in my first comments, no more traffic is a good traffic. I'm not going to sell anyone that's a good thing, but less than 1 car a minute added is at 2.7% is a relatively minor impact. Again, it's not zero. I don't want to underplay that. And I will say that a hotel use is particularly low traffic generator relative to, say, certain retail uses, high flows. I mean, the extreme example is the Chick-fil-A that's already in the market has, I don't know officially, but many times the volume of cars than a hotel use will generate. Anything else? Other comments to address? If you remember anything, please let me know, but I think those were most of the comments.
Yeah. Thank you very much. We will close the primary conversation with the developer, opening it up to the commission. And are there any commissioners that would like to kind of discuss this project, we can even ask questions to the developer if you would like. Any comments from the commission?
Apologies to the chair. I tried to think of my questions faster, but they just came to me now. So
Totally.
I got a couple questions.
I jumped that on you today,
I'm gonna
and
try it. I'm gonna try it
so
next
sorry.
My question is for Ms. Roman. When we're making a general plan amendment, what is that? Like, what does that look like? Is that the future land use slide that you showed us where it has the town center outlined? Can you tell us what that general plan amendment is?
It would be amending the future land use map.
Can you show us that? You had one slide, I think, that had like the current and the proposed.
Do you want to? I can swap
Yeah, let's
seats
switch
with
it.
you.
I don't want to lose my computer.
I can stop down. Do a musical chair.
And then tell me when we make that general plan amendment, is that now the new general plan amendment for every project in the neighborhood? No, it's just.
I'll answer that part while Amanda's pulling up her presentation. So if you make a general plan amendment, especially to the future land use map, it only affects the properties that are subject to that amendment.
Okay.
So in this case, it would expand that town center designation to this property. It doesn't impact any other properties.
What does it look like now? What's the current general plan, future land use map look like?
The current one is on the bottom, or that's the zoning, I'm sorry. The current one's on the top left. And so the orange is the current designation, which is mixed use, low intensity.
Do you have like a key for the top one, the future land use map that's in the general plan?
I can pull, I don't have it, no, I don't have a key for that one. To reference though, so the light purple is the town center scale, and then the dark purple is the neighborhood scale, both within the business district.
Does it move? Does this move the town center over to the other side of 13th East and to the other side of 9th or 21st South?
It would move the town center scale just to that piece of property.
Just that one property?
Just the subject property. It would not, as the director said, it would not affect any other property. Within the Sugar House plan, it speaks to extending it, and it specifically says to expand to 1300 East to the east and 900 East to the west. That's on page 15 and then page 7 of the staff report. But yeah, it would just affect the subject property.
Can you show me the slide before this one?
There you go.
What's this?
This is within, these are maps within the Sugar House plan. So the top one is the land uses, which I can zoom into. So yeah, the dark purple is the neighborhood scale that I just spoke about. Light purple is the town center, then you have the parks and open space, and some institutional uses. There's a town center overlay that runs up Highland.
This is the existing future land use map?
This is both of these are within the plan. So you have the future land use, and then you have this very vague, I will say, proposed boundary map. And that is found on page, that's on the same page that speaks to expanding the business district to the east side of 900.
Okay. Got it. A thing I want to say is, you know that meme that's like, if you're old, you can either look old or you can look weird. You can't look young because you already did that and that's over. I think that if you're thinking about Sugar House Park, you can either have a short multifamily building there, or you could have a taller hotel, but you can't have a Sizzler there anymore. That's over. That already happened. We had 90 years of privately owned something that wasn't super offensive to everybody. So I wonder what I think the worst choice for that parcel is probably a gas station, but we already said no to that. We already kind of saved us all from that. I think another really bad choice for that corner would be a short retail building that turns its back on that intersection and has a parking lot on the other side, and you already have that too. I mean, you already have a CVS that doesn't interact with the neighborhood at all. So I kind of like this hotel. I think that the conditions that are part of the development agreement that that suggestion. I think that those conditions are really good, and they address some of the things that I would be worried about no active uses on the ground floor. That's what I think.
Yeah, I'll comment on it as well. And I very much appreciate the comments that everyone made this evening, and in particular too by fellow architects, one in opposition and one in favor of this. You know, when I look back 25 years, Sugar House was 1-story, 2-story, 3-story in a couple places, 1 or 2 tall buildings, you know, that are much older. But over the last 25 years, Sugar House has changed dramatically. And when I think to what is Sugar House going to be 25 years from now, I can see that the view corridors along 13th East, on the other side of 13th, you know, those buildings are already established at a certain height, you know, taller than what we're talking about tonight. Along 21st, I can see on the other side of the street as well, over the course of time, looking into the future, 21st South, those can grow as well. But again, they're going to be, you know, separate and apart from the park itself. So I think from this intersection to the high school, this intersection to the freeway, those view corridors are going to be open, period. They'll be open because the park touches both of those streets. I'm swayed by a lot of the comments that are made, and I know that you know, what would be perfect on this site, I'm not certain, but I think that there's a lot of amenities with what has been proposed by the hotel, particularly at the ground level. I appreciate what you said about parking, because hotels are a little bit different. Daytime, weekday use, weekend use, you know, those kinds of things. So I do think that there'll be parking, you know, that's available, particularly on weekends, because hotels languish on weekends, even you know, in Salt Lake. So I think that there's some very positive kinds of uses for this property that would be allowed by this general plan amendment.
Cool. I will just comment really quickly on my own thoughts that I am sympathetic to some of the comments about protecting view sheds. I think that that's often a really important thing. In this particular case, that view shed is already has the right to have a 40-foot tall building that does block that view shed already. So if this doesn't get built the way that they are intending, there is already a right that the property owner has that if we would need to take away that right, which we don't have a very good tool to do unless they wanted to sell the property. So they already have this bundle of sticks where they have the right to already block that view shed. And so we now get to decide that is there that marginal gain from whatever view shed is left that is a public benefit that is balanced against the other benefits that they are having. So in my mind, I'm not having a conversation about anything being built here. I'm having a conversation of a building that already takes 40 feet tall versus what it is now. And I see a lot of benefits that are happening here that maybe another development might not. And so I am sympathetic to a lot of the comments that have happened, but that's part of where I stand of measuring what already is allowed versus what they're asking for. I noticed that you had a comment. That is my current comment.
I was just going in order around, but you could have wrapped up. I appreciate comments from everyone for both sides. Definitely take those in. We do have a sort of a job to do in how we evaluate this. You know, I feel like going through the checklist, a lot of boxes were checked. And we've met a lot of requirements and what we're looking at. And I think we'll probably go forward with and probably support recommendations with the things that we discussed. But it feels like something this grand in this one spot should do more than just check boxes. And we don't have a box to check for that, right? I think a lot of people on both sides will have a sour taste in their mouth about how this moves forward, but it forwarded a recommendation to the council in favor of this. Is we're supporting private development on private property. I don't think it should be framed as it could be worse or it could be this. It's about what it is and about connecting with the community, connecting with the park. And I think we checked a lot of boxes, but it feels like the bare minimum in a lot of ways. And I think I just want to say that to support the community who came here to expected something or wanted to voice their opinions about how the park currently stands and what else it could be. And I think thinking in a positive way, there's nothing wrong with that. Thinking about what we have to do, what threshold we have to meet in order to build anything is not what the park and what the views and what the community deserves. But we'll move forward in the way we have to.
I'm ready to make some comments.
Okay.
Okay, so I want to start out first of all by saying, Amanda, this was a really good report. Like, you did a stellar job, and congratulations on all your work for that. So don't be offended when I disagree with certain things, because you did a good job. I want to reframe our discussion on this, because for me, I think a hotel is fine. And I think there are a lot of really nice components to the design and how it does interact and whatnot. So, having the use be a hotel is not something that I am particularly against at all. What concerns me, and what I think this application is more about for me, is this continued expansion of what we call the business district. And I will say this. So even though mending the future land use map in every instance is affecting this one parcel, that then becomes the basis for the future requests across the street, and then you start to see you've seen how that creep has happened west, of how the expansion of the business district has really gone that way. And it does it through these incremental future land use map changes. So while we are still only talking about this one parcel, that then becomes the basis then, oh, see, we've done this here, so this request over here is compatible and it fits the general area. So I think we need to be concerned about that in context of my comments being this business district expansion, because it will then just continue to expand. And I also do think that we haven't even seen these MU zones play out, and now we're already moving forward with rezones. An MU3 zone is already higher than what was there, right? So we're already seeing, looking at an expansion of how to deal with that particular parcel from what we currently had to the MU3, and now we want to go even higher than that. And so that's the concern, is that it just keeps moving and it'll just keep expanding. So some of my more focused comments, relate to some of the analysis for the general plan amendment standards, especially number 3. So we reference, or the staff report references, the massive population change that has occurred in the business district, specifically within Sugar House neighborhood, due to the density. And I'm not persuaded that that population change then warrants more creep from the business district to continue to expand out to the fabric of Sugar House. And I also think that even though the plan was adopted in 2001, we haven't seen an analysis of how many times we've had a plan amendment to the Sugar House plan, because there's been a lot. Every time something wants to happen outside of that core, we got another plan amendment and another plan amendment, and those plan amendments then become the base for how we continue to creep and the height continues, that we continue that density outside of our core. And I have been convinced over time that concentrating density in specific areas is beneficial. And it does help in many respects. The core of the business district, I think, is doing that. And Sugar House is one of the few communities in the city that has certainly transformed massively over the last 15 years. And is going to continue to do this. I have said this, I am not going to outlive the construction in Sugar House. I'll never see the end of it, and I've reconciled that. So we're still not done. But do we want to continue to see the creep, right? So then if we move on to the standards of the zoning map amendment, I am in full agreement with one of the public comments that I don't think we are seeing, especially to point number one, this isn't providing housing, right? So we're not seeing an addition to housing in this regard. So I don't feel like we can adequately say we're meeting that standard. And we're not going to lessen the congestion on the streets. With all due respect to that firm, that traffic study is abysmal. I do not know how you can justify claiming a level D rating is acceptable, other than if your definition of acceptable is it will never get better, right? So stating that that traffic study, which was independent and not done by the city and by the developer, by a third party, is totally unconvincing to me. And even saying that during peak hours is operating at a level D is also something I would contest, because we have had past studies that have specifically said that that intersection fails at peak traffic times. It's failing to meet load, and it fails actually even sometimes more than peak hours. I just yesterday was trying to turn right at Chevron, and at 1 p.m., and that traffic was backed up in that far west lane from the freeway to 21st. And that was 1 p.m., right? So we have certain things that happen all the time that make that intersection fail. People getting on and off the freeway, and then some of us who live there, who are trying to just get home from wherever we've been. So I'm not convinced by that traffic study. I don't think that we're meeting all of the points and standards of the zoning map amendment. And even we had this quote tonight that the business district does still have a long way to go to reach its development potential. Development potential is a never-ending standard. There's always potential for this, that, and the other. So, but it's not done. That's why I say that construction is, I'm not going to outlive it. So I do think, though, that if we talk about the expansion of the business district, which we can then conflate with town center plan, right? Because we all refer to it as always the business district. We don't ever call it town center. But to state that any development in terms of this rezone be aligned with design standards that ensure compatibility, that's another sliding scale. So that compatibility then with every plan amendment, every master plan amendment, every future land use change, that compatibility continues that sprawl, right? And when we look at the business district, the transit core for the business district is really right in that, what is defined in here as the town center. And the locally preferred alternative for the streetcar extension, if it ever happens, is not going east. The locally preferred alternative at this point, which can change, but takes that streetcar north on 11th East. So we're concentrating the core of that transit there. Certainly there's other transit options with bus, but what makes Sugar House, the density within the business district, something that really works, is that we're having a multitude of offerings of transit. But that doesn't mean that transit is going everywhere. It doesn't mean it can't. It just means that that's still on the books. The city council back then, the locally preferred alternative that continues to stand, goes north on 11th East, not east on 21st South. So those are that's the way I'm really framing this request, and it's not so much the use. So the use of the hotel I actually think is fine, and I do think that there's we only have 2 hotels. Mill Creek has 0. So anybody who wants to stay there is going to come to Sugar House. So that's great. Let's do it. But I think it's more about not even seeing how MU3 plays out, because that alone was an upzone from what is currently there. And then how comfortable are we with this continued height and density creep that will then just keep occurring east, and then it's just going to sprawl north, and it's just going to keep growing. The only physical barrier we have in this whole thing is the freeway, right? So kind of we'll stop on that south end, but otherwise, I think that is a really strong question where I feel like we're not meeting all of the standards with either the general plan amendment or the zoning map amendments.
Thank you.
All right. With regard to transit, before I get into my whole spiel, which is going to be long, I would just note, so currently UTA's long-range transit plan does not have any streetcar extension beyond the immediately planned streetcar extension, which does go across 11th and end in the parking lot, right next to where the Megaplex is, roughly. And currently, Salt Lake and UTA are working together to identify funding for that. So, with that brief aside, man, I mean, I don't think I've ever met an upzone I don't love, but this one's rough. I'm struggling a lot, and I appreciate everybody who's given comments. I do feel like every different comment I've gone back and forth between, oh, this is great, or this is fine, and oh, this kind of stinks. I think, you know, the term creep has come up both in this and previous upzonings. I think creep is fine. We're a growing city. I think that density spreading is not a bad thing. And look, if you had suggested this project on any other corner of this intersection, I would have been effusive. I really think that, and obviously, like, you don't own those corners, I know, but ultimately, you know, on any of the other corners, it makes sense. It's part of the fabric. It knits into the fabric of Sugar House and maybe helps expand that fabric. In this case, it doesn't expand the fabric because this is the only property on that corner, but it also can't really knit in because it's across a 6-lane strode. On the other hand, this is a monumental district, right? Like, I'm going back and forth. I don't know. And, you know, I guess in terms of traffic, I don't care, right? The only way that we're going to reduce traffic at Sugar House is by getting cars out of Sugar House. So, like, that's the future that I'm aiming towards. But also, this is so far away from the fixed guideway transit that makes up the heart, the S-Line streetcar, right? It's adjacent to Route 21, which is a 15-minute service, and 213, which is currently a 30-minute service and is going to be probably for a good long while. But it's like the less pleasant part of 21. It's not like, oh, you're riding the bus through downtown. So I'm wondering, right? Like, I hear the arguments, and I hear a lot of the same things that I hear, and generally don't think or don't want to validate. You know, what in terms of fear of change. I don't remember who spoke to fear of change, but like I think, you know, there are so many different ways that we can try and justify in our heads not wanting to have something happen, and a lot of them are silly, or at least not perhaps where my head is at. And at the same time, Sugar House is beautiful, and I don't know. Sorry. I guess I would be curious, do we have examples? Obviously, like, Central Park really has kept its parcel, right? Like in New York City. And you have Billionaires Row with like the tallest buildings in the country right across the street. But that street forms a pretty strong barrier. Do we have examples of other cities that have these major mid-century or like late 1900s, in theory, right? That was the vision. Although this was a later park. These big parks, these iconic parks that have relatively tall buildings, not separated by streets or by not ice, right? Like where the boundary gets a little bit more fuzzy and the business intrudes upon the park itself. I know that was a lot.
No, yeah. I wish I knew an answer to that, like the examples of whether that's happening.
Yeah.
I do know that my experience of the urban environment often requires diversity to become interesting, and having a coffee while you walk in the park is a slightly more diverse offering than is currently there. But I do think it's a good point that most parks around the world that I've gone to, that coffee shop is across the street and not directly park adjacent. So I'm hearing what you're saying, and that is an interesting kind of question, and so yeah.
Yeah, or if you do get a coffee within the park, it's going to be in one of those cute little coffee shacks that is really sort of licensed by and managed in partnership with the park corporation, and obviously that's not what the land ownership situation here looks like. And I also really appreciate the insight that we should be focusing on equity if we're trying to buy up land elsewhere in the city, because there are places on the west side or even downtown, right? The central neighborhood where we don't have any green space. So why are we focusing on just expanding Sugar House Park a little bit more?
Yeah. You've got comments, I'm sure.
Yeah, I appreciate everyone's comments. I think about the tension that I hold in my mind as sort of a tension between Commissioner Barry's comments and Commissioner Burrow's comments. I agree with Commissioner Barry that this creep, we just approved these new mixed-use zones, and already tonight, I know we're not supposed to comment on other agenda items, but already tonight we've seen multiple, the petition for multiple mixed-use zones that were just approved and just deemed, in this new, that were already up zones, be requested to be up zoned still further. So I understand that, and I get the concern about creep. But when I think about this particular site, which I'm trying to force myself to do rather than think about the broader issues, it seems like it's a question of trying to get the least bad thing, which is a 40-foot building with no public amenities. And so that can be the focus, which, maybe you get a little bit more light into the park in the afternoon when the sun's off to the west. You can minimize bad outcomes or bad effects. But that the hotel, it seems to me, while it might be taller than you want, more massive than you want, it has the effect of maximizing potential benefits that you could get on the site from a public perspective, a mix of retail, meeting space, potentially recreational amenity offerings that are dovetail with the park. I'm sort of neutral on the hotel thing, but generally speaking, if I think that this site must have a commercial use, this maximizes the potential public aspects of what that commercial use could be. And so that the 145 hotel rooms are, I don't want to say a necessary evil, because again, I think they're neutral. I have a neutral view of them, but they facilitate the maximum public amenity that the site could offer, and in a way that really speaks to the primary use that we care about there, which is the park. I had my own concerns about parking. It did seem to me that a lot of the speakers tonight were correct, that the parking was not sufficient. But then I reflected personally, I spend probably 50 or 60 nights a year in hotel rooms for my work. And probably fewer than 10 of those nights do I have a car. Usually I fly into Portland or Denver and I Uber from the airport and I Uber to my meetings. And so just as I reflect on my personal use of hotels, which is more than the average person, I'm hardly ever parking. And I respect the comments of the applicants who have more experience with how parking, the nuances of hotel parking. So I appreciate that. And I think that my concerns on that front, which were sort of, I think, a natural impulse that a lot of folks are having, have been allayed somewhat. So those are my general thoughts.
One thing, I know we've heard a number of times, one thing I do want to push back on a little bit is the idea that this is an upzone on top of an upzone. So the consolidation that we did recently, there has been moderate upzones included as part of that, but we tried very hard to not make that a situation where we are upzoning properties, specifically because we didn't want to go around and be like, oh, let's upzone here and here. And so when those things came to us, we kind of said, make your rezone application later. So it went from a CB to MU3, which by rights is from 30 feet to 35 feet. And so obviously this is a much bigger ask than that. This is an upzone request. But I don't think we're creeping in that sense. I do get the argument about creep out along the street. And it is difficult because of the park. But one thing that I think is actually a real detriment in planning in Salt Lake City is because of how wide the streets are. We use the streets as the border for zoning areas rather than the community. And so we have lots of spaces where oh yeah, the street is so big that it does feel like this side of the street and that side of the street are two different places. And so this is MU8 and this is MU3 across the street. And I think that that's a remnant of the fact that the streets are so big, and it's also feeds back into that problem where then you stand there and you feel like you're in the border instead of in the middle of a place. And so I think that to build better communities, it actually is more beneficial to have the two sides of a street and the four corners of a street zoned similarly, and then to have the transition areas that we kind of switch from one thing to another in the middle of the block or at kind of smaller intersection streets. And so the reason I say that's more complicated than just that simple is because here it is obviously there isn't other stuff on the other side of the street. There's the park. And so it's not exactly the same. But I think, so I am kind of two minds about it. But generally speaking, I think that it actually is more beneficial to have kind of, as we consolidate zones and say this is going to be the same as that, have that be a visual connection rather than where you're walking. And because the street is 400 feet, or sorry, that's excessive even here, is 150 feet. If we want you to feel like you're in a place, it should feel the same on either side of that. And so I think that there is benefit to having, MU8 on one side, MU11 on the other. I think that is in some senses a reasonable step. And I think that I would be more, the potential for creep isn't right there because it's the park, it's across the street and up along 21st. And with it already being MU6, and then I think that corner property is more of a kind of potential point for that kind of expansion than what we're talking about. So that's all.
I'd like to just, having, mulling it over, having felt my feels and talked it out, I feel like the thing that I'd like to see with this, if we were to approve it in terms of community benefit, is some way of improving that knitting process, is some way of bringing this side of the street, this little park, right, this hotel that feels more like it's part of the park than it does the rest of the Sugar House business district. How do we connect across that strode? Because we have, the tunnel, but if you look at the tunnel, the hotel isn't connected to the tunnel. You have to go all the way around on the street and then walk through the grass. So what would the opportunity be to either now or potentially in the future, if we can't do it now, right away, create the space so that it doesn't feel like every time you want to, if you're a resident of the hotel or if you're a person grabbing coffee, you're drawn into the Sugar House Business District rather than looking at this giant street where we have, 7 lanes of traffic, and suddenly it's like, I don't even want to touch that walk button, that beg button. I don't know, like, obviously, I don't think we could do a bridge or a ped bridge because we already have a tunnel and it's silly. But just, I'm thinking about it because I really do, I agree, Scott, Brian, that it is good that we're bridging these streets across, like sharing zoning across the streets, but
I completely agree with you that that's would be a value. With this applicant, that's knitting this applicant and city property, and that gets really complicated. So that is maybe an initiative the city could take at some point, but I don't know that we can make a recommendation to try to force the applicant to try to create some kind of knitting on city land. So, but I understand the sentiment for sure.
Yeah.
If there are,
I just wanted to say,
yeah,
from a knitting standpoint, connecting, we can look at it multiple ways. I don't feel comfortable doing either. I look at it and say, oh, should it connect with the business district, and there's creep and this building's happening here and is detached from the street and there's other pieces. Or I turn around and stand on the other side of the street and say, wow, I wish the building connected more with the park and it had a more natural element and it was going that way. I'm neutral on both. I think a hotel is fine at the site. I would be okay with something taller and larger, but it doesn't, if it fit whichever way, fit the business district, connected across the street, or it fit the park and connected within the park in a different way, I'm okay with either way. I don't know that this does either. I don't know if it's our place to decide if it does either. It's just, here's the proposal, here's what we're looking at.
Yeah.
And we push it to the city council or not.
Yeah. I hear you.
That's kind of what I think too. They make decisions based on different things than we do. I would make a motion to recommend approval unless somebody wants me to not do that.
Do we have a second?
Well, let me make it.
Okay.
Make it. Based on the information presented in discussion, I move that the commission forward a recommendation of approval to the city council for this general plan amendment as recommended by staff.
I'll second.
Great. We have a motion and a second. The voting will be facilitated by staff.
Point of clarity. As recommended by staff includes the 3 conditions?
Yes.
And this is only for the general plan amendment at this point.
That's correct. There'll be 2.
Yeah.
There'll be 2 motions for this, right?
Commissioner Barrett?
Yes.
Commissioner Barry?
Well, I'm definitely going to vote no, but I also want to make the comment that to suggest that my neighbors are here to express a fear of change is not an accurate one. We have been swimming in change for over a decade, and it's not going to stop. My neighbors have come here to express their vision for the community, and so to dismiss it as something as silly and as fear as change, I don't think is an accurate representation of their dedication tonight. But I do vote no.
Commissioner Burrows?
Yes.
Commissioner Krasik?
Yes.
Commissioner Leverett?
Yes.
Commissioner Rosenfield?
Yes.
Commissioner Scott?
Yes.
Commissioner Vela?
Yes.
That motion passes 7-1.
Based on the information presented and the discussion, I move that the commission forward a recommendation of approval to the city council for the zoning map amendment with the associated development agreement as recommended by staff.
And I'll second.
Great. This vote will be facilitated by staff.
Commissioner Barrett?
Yes, but I want to comment that going forward, we need to flip the voting from Z to A rather than A to Z for a while, alternate a little bit, because I'm tired of always taking the first vote. So just for the record.
Commissioner Barry?
No.
Commissioner Burrows?
Yes.
Commissioner Krasik?
Yes.
Commissioner Leverett?
Yes.
Commissioner Rosenfield.
Yeah. Yes.
Commissioner Scott.
Yes.
Commissioner Vela.
Yes.
That motion also carries 7-1.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Appreciate you. And thank you all for coming and commenting.
This was a waste of time.
Judy, the last agenda. Nice meeting you.
Chairman, if I may request that we take another 5.
If
If I may request that we take another 5.
yeah,
Thank you.
we will take a 5-minute break. Can we? Let's get back into the meeting and have this shown by staff. Thank you.
All right. Good evening. My name's Cassie Younger, and I'm here to present a zoning map and general plan amendment of the Rio Grande District. These applications were initiated by the mayor and being represented by the CRA tonight. They have two requests as a part of their application: a general plan amendment to update portions of the downtown plan and a zoning map amendment to rezone 35 parcels from GMU Gateway Mixed Use to D4 Secondary Downtown District. The project area consists of 2 blocks between 200 South and 400 South, with Rio Grande to the east and the intermodal hub and 600 West on the west side. The CRA owns many of the properties within this vicinity and is working closely with the University of Utah and their properties as a part of their rezone. This is a centrally located neighborhood in the city and is only a 10-minute walk to the Gateway, Delta Center, Pioneer Park, and the Salt Palace Convention Center, while the intermodal hub provides access to Trax, FrontRunner, local buses and Greyhound, and Green Bikes all across the street from the project area. Despite its central location downtown and excellent access to public transit, these 2 blocks are underdeveloped. The North Block only has a few apartment complexes along 200 South and a few small commercial buildings, including art space that hosts a few small local businesses. The South Block hosts a UTA Park and Ride and the University of Utah storage building. Many lots are vacant and buildings are run down. The CRA's general plan amendment takes place in the Depot District section of the downtown plan. Currently, there is a catalytic project named the Hub Implementation Strategy. The petition proposes to replace this catalytic project with its own Rio Grande District project based off the CRA's Rio Grande District Vision and Implementation Plan. Both catalytic projects envision 300 South as a festival street from Rio Grande to 600 West, and high-density mixed-use buildings to the north and south. The updated plan is more detailed with its complete visualization of the 2 blocks and further emphasis in sustainability, green loop incorporation, an arts campus, walkable blocks, and high-quality urban design. The principles outlined in the catalytic project reflect those identified in the downtown plan and include compact walkable blocks, street life and mixed-use development, sustainable buildings, and maximizing TOD potential. The plan does propose to adjust the mid-block walkways to reflect those outlined in the Rio Grande Vision and Implementation Plan. The adjustments are made along CRA property lines and better accommodate future development. The CRA is proposing to rezone 35 parcels within the project neighborhood, which include their properties and some from the University of Utah. These would go from GMU Gateway Mixed Use to D4. As you can see in the comparison table, these 2 zones are extremely similar in terms of setbacks, uses, and design standards. The biggest difference between the 2 zones are allowed height. The minimum height in the GMU is 75 feet with a maximum of 180, while the permitted height in the D4 zone is by right 200 feet with design review required from 200 to 600. There are additional standards in the D4 zone that relate to buildings over 200 feet. They must include a step back between the first floor and 120 feet and must include at least one of the following: a mid-block walkway, affordable housing incentives, enhanced active ground floor use to 100%, a restrictive covenant protecting a historic structure, publicly accessible open space, and at least one of these would be required in addition to a full design process. The petition aligns with the downtown plan principles, which include a vibrant and active, walkable, connected, and beautiful downtown. It also complies with the principles in Plan Salt Lake that are listed in the staff report. The standards that are reviewed for general plan and zoning map amendments ensure compliance with the purposes, goals, and objectives of the city while assessing impact to other properties and public infrastructure in the area. A full analysis can be found in attachment D and E in the staff report. Staff finds that these 2 proposals add benefits to the property and surrounding properties by adding development potential that would bring residents and businesses to a transit-rich area. It would increase safety by activating streets in the formation of an arts plaza, Festival Street, and incorporation of the Green Loop. These amendments maximize transit-oriented development and create a walkable community in a very underutilized neighborhood in the heart of the city. And for these reasons, staff recommends that the Planning Commission forward a positive recommendation to the City Council.
Thank you. Do we have somebody from RDA? You. Great.
Hi there. Yeah, my name is Wayne Mills. Thanks. I know it's been a long night. I'm a project manager for the CRA and one of the staff members that's working on the Rio Grande District. Cassie's presentation was absolutely fantastic. I'm going to do my best not to repeat. Want to switch?
Yeah, switch.
Not to repeat information, so my presentation is going to be a little weird because I'm going to kind of skip through some things. But I guess a weird presentation will actually just kind of keep you awake, so maybe that's a good thing.
I think so. Real quick, is CRA the new name for RDA?
Yes, that's a great point. I was going to bring that up. Yeah, Community Reinvestment Agency. It was formerly the Redevelopment Agency. Just changed the name it was a few months ago.
Thank you.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm looking for all the buttons. Okay, I'm not going to repeat this. As Cassie mentioned, it's a general plan amendment and a zoning map amendment. Implement the CRA's Rio Grande District Vision and Implementation Plan. Cassie did a great job explaining where the district is located. And the CRA owns about 11 acres in the Rio Grande District. The CRA has a long history within the Depot District. The RDA back in the day created the Depot District Project Area. It allowed the RDA to collect tax increment that then was reinvested back into the community. This is just a very short list of some of the projects that took place through that funding. The last bullet I do want to bring up because I think it's important to the history lesson. The RDA back in the day created what was called the Station Center Plan, and that was basically the previous iteration of what is now the Rio Grande District Vision and Implementation Plan. There's kind of a long history with a lot of twists and turns that were related to that Station Center Plan, but essentially what ended up happening is the CRA took a look at that plan and said, you know, considering the location, that plan, by the way, was a little less dense. It was kind of a mid-size, mid-scale urban type development. CRA looked at it and said, you know, maybe we should reevaluate. This is, this is an opportunity that doesn't exist downtown. We have large vacant parcels of land. It's also, immediately adjacent to transit. CRA owns a lot of property. Let's go bigger. And that's essentially what the CRA did and invested in creating what is now the Rio Grande District Vision and Implementation Plan. So to give a little brief overview of the vision plan, let me find my notes here. As the plan was developed and throughout the engagement effort, conversations with the community stakeholders revealed common themes that are important to the community, and these were distilled down into 11 design moves that are listed here. That was further distilled down into goals for the development of the Rio Grande district. I'm not going to read these, but what it boils down to is creating an urban, transit-oriented, mixed-use, walkable community, and really trying to instill a lot of programmable elements within the district. So now that we got, kind of that planner speak out of the way, what does that really mean at full implementation? So one of the key elements of the plan is breaking up the large 10-acre blocks with new streets. As you can see in this diagram here, 300 South is an existing street, but that'll be transformed into something much better, and then the rest of these will be new streets to increase mobility in the district, as well as kind of further define the development sites. Another key element is new open spaces and gathering places in the district. Like I said, 300 South is existing, but the intent is to transform that into a festival street. We'll get into a little bit more of that in a second. There's also what we call the Arts Campus, which tees off of the Festival Street Underpass Park, which is non-creatively called right now, and that's under the 400 South overpass. I do want to point out that the diagram here shows the green loop. That's actually identified in the plan, in the Rio Grande District Plan, but that is not being developed as part of this project. That's actually being developed by others in the city, but it is an important element, and it's going to be a very important asset to the further development of the district. So I'll roll through these pretty quick. Festival Street is, again, 300 South. It's bookended to the east by the historic Rio Grande Depot, and to the east by the intermodal hub, or west to the intermodal hub. That will be transformed into a shared pedestrian auto type street, very unique. Curbless design, infrastructure in place so that the street could be closed off for events and programming. It'd be kind of the backbone through the district. You look like you're ready to ask a question.
I do have a question, but I don't want to interrupt your flow.
That's all right.
I'm just asking, would this train station, the ground floor, be open to the public like its neighbor to the north, so that, what you're drawing here, is both pedestrian could go through, and then you got the vehicular and the pedestrian to the west of it?
So are you talking about the historic Rio Grande Depot?
Yeah, would the ground floor be open so that pedestrians could go through the building like they do the Santa Fe?
I wish I could say yes. It's owned by the state, and they're in the process of rehabbing that building from earthquake damage. Those conversations haven't taken place. That's not really the game plan now. It would be fantastic if we could make that happen, but there's going to be a lot more work with the state that's going to need to take place to try to make it happen.
Understood.
Yeah. Arts Campus, which again, it tees off of Festival Street, bookended on the south by the Salt Lake Mattress Building, which is an exciting situation. We actually have two buildings in the district that are planned to be adaptively reused. The Salt Lake Mattress Building happens to be one of those. That is going to be incorporated into the USA Climbing development, which is immediately east of the Salt Lake Mattress Building that you see here. And another building that will be, I don't know if you can see my, another building that will be adaptively reused is over here. It's called the Blue Warehouse. I'll get into that in a little bit, but this is intended to be, the Arts Campus intended to be a public plaza and gathering space, also designed to be programmable for events. And this is a really boring picture of the area under the 400 South overpass. I don't have any pretty pictures for that yet, but that is going to eventually be a park. Now for the actual development, which is really what we're here for tonight, for the rezoning to implement the development,
We are talking about a very urban, very dense, mixed-use district with residential. We're hoping to get office, commercial, ground floor retail, ground floor restaurants, especially with those active uses along 300 South. Another component is, so let me point the mouse here. So this is the USA Climbing site. That's actually in the design phase. You're actually going to see a design review coming your way soon for that building. That's really exciting. USA Climbing is the national climbing team, and this is going to be their national training center. And that is going to be on CRA-owned land, and we're working with them. Another key component of this, and is something that the CRA is investing in building as a shared parking structure. You would think and you would hope, since we're right next to the intermodal hub, that we wouldn't need to put in parking, but in talking to developers and working with developers, the reality is we still need parking here. So we're hoping that if we build a shared parking structure, that will alleviate some of the pressure of every development trying to be independently parked. There will still have to be parking throughout the district, but we're hoping that this will help with that. And then these are some of the pretty pictures as that final implementation. So now we're getting to the general plan amendment. I'm actually not going to go into this because I think Cassie did a fantastic job. It's essentially just implementing updating the downtown plan to reflect the current Rio Grande District Vision and Implementation Plan. And I think Cassie did a fantastic job of explaining that. So we'll cruise through. And we'll get to the zoning map amendment. As Cassie said, this is in the GMU Gateway Mixed Use Zone. We're requesting that the properties be rezoned to D4. Cassie got into this, but the CRA owns the majority of the land in the rezone, with the University of Utah included in this. You'll see a little hole there at the corner of 300 South and 600 West. That is another private property owner. We've been in conversation with them for quite a long time. We're thinking they're going to be great partners. We are actually purchasing property from them to put in a street, but they were not interested at this time in participating in the rezone, so we did not include them. So really the primary reason for this request is building height. Cassie talked about this. This is a building envelope, scary looking diagram here, but you can see the building heights that we're looking at achieving, anywhere from about 70, 75 feet for USA Climbing, all the way to a 400-foot tower, which we know is ambitious and probably won't see that for quite some time, but it is in the vision plan, and we hope to, get there someday. Cassie went through the, the height limitations of the GMU and the D4, so I won't go into that and bore you with that anymore, but essentially what this would allow us to do is to achieve those building heights. Cassie talked about the basically the similarities between the two districts when it comes to design regulations. I think that's important to point out. The two districts are very similar in design, so really what it does boil down to is building height. And I hate to even bring this up, considering you just had a long discussion that was related to building height, but every time a building height thing comes up, there's always the discussion about impacts on adjacent properties. And one of the things that the vision and implementation plan does is it actually provides some pretty detailed design guidelines. For the purpose, one of the purposes is trying to mitigate that building height on adjacent properties. So what the plan states is that at the podium level, the podiums should basically, when adjacent to existing buildings, that podium level shouldn't be taller than those adjacent buildings. And then the taller portions, the upper stories, actually stepped back. The main height is focused along 300 South, and then steps down to the north and to the south as it gets closer to existing development. the plan also includes a bunch of other design guidelines about ground floor active uses. Another key thing to recognize is that with the implementation of the plan by building in new streets, it further defines those development sites, which then actually limits the street-facing building facade length. And that is something that I know you all see a lot, is modifications to that street-facing building facades. And with the introduction of the new streets, that will actually, minimize that street length facade length, which then kind of, minimizes the bulk of those buildings. I know there's always a question of, I guess, well, how do we know that this is actually going to take place? Considering that the CRA owns 11 acres of land here, when we issue an RFP out to developers, when that goes out, we are going to, in the RFP, we're going to state that development must comply with those design guidelines in the plan. This plan was endorsed by the CRA board, which also happens to be the city council. And so, they are going to ensure that whenever, funding or incentives that come out of the CRA are out there, that the development complies with this plan. They want to see this plan happen. So, really quick, why should the zoning be changed? What are the benefits that we'll see in the city? One, this is an opportunity to really capitalize on transit investment that's happened in the area. It's an opportunity to actually put density in a location that is appropriate for the density, and that's in a very transit-rich location. It's also an opportunity to capitalize on the CRA's ability to build that density. We have the ability to incentivize development to ensure that good development happens. We're not a typical kind of developer that's just simply might be just out and needs to make that maximum profit. We need to be smart on how, the money is used. It is taxpayer money, but we do have the ability to, have lower land costs, lower ground lease rates, provide tax increment reimbursements and things like that to ensure that we get development that maximizes that density and complies with that plan. Also, by building this density, by approving the height, it's this concept of building up versus out. So it concentrates that density in a smaller footprint that opens up space for the CRA to actually dedicate land for the public streets, the public plazas. There's also, we have sustainable development policies in place, and those have to be met with any development that we participate in. And I also mentioned that, by also going up instead of out, it allows us to then adaptively reuse some of these historic structures as opposed to tear them down in order to try to maximize that development potential throughout the entire district. And just to give a little information on the plan implementation and kind of our next steps. One thing that I hadn't mentioned yet is that the Depot District project area expired, but we aren't able to collect tax increment through the Depot District project area, but we were approved for a housing and transit reinvestment zone. That was recently improved. That's another type of project area that allows the CRA to collect tax increment. That was approved. We'll start collecting tax increment at the end of next year, which will help fund improvements. USA Climbing, I mentioned them. They're actually hoping to begin construction about the middle of next year. Again, you'll see a design review application coming your way. They're in the design phase.
hoping that we can get a positive recommendation out of the Planning Commission tonight, move on to the City Council for the rezone. That's going to be instrumental in preparing us for property disposition, meaning that going out and soliciting developers to start the development process. We're actually in the process also right now of designing the public improvements, designing the streets. We have a design team on board. We're in the schematic design phase for those street improvements. We're working on the utility design, working with Rocky Mountain Power on the upgrades to the power improvements. And so that just kind of, I guess it goes to show the CRA's commitment to implementing this plan and that things are moving forward. We do have a project website, so I don't know, for those in TV land that might be watching, you can check out the project website. Yeah, that's my presentation.
Great, thank you very much. Appreciate it. We're going to skip over questions until after the public comment, just so I can close the public comment period. Is there anyone that would like to speak from the public? I'm not sure if there's anyone still in the other room.
They closed the overflow.
Okay. We will close the public comment period and open it up for questions from the commission to the project team.
I have a really quick question, Wayne. What is this housing and transit reinvestment zone? How long does that last for?
Oh boy, it's like, I think so there's 2 phases. I'm going to be sort of guessing, but it's 20 to 40 years. It's a long time because we actually did this in 2 phases. So the first phase will kick in and we'll start collecting tax increment next year. And then there's a kind of a follow-up period where the next phase will kick in. So it extends the period, the timeline. But I'm guessing a little bit, but it's a lot of years. It's not just a few. Yeah, I won't be in the city.
Are the borders for the general plan amendment, are they the same as the rezone borders, or are those two different? Is it the entire amount from 2nd to 4th and 5th to 6th?
That's a good question. No, the master plan amendment is actually kind of covering those 2 blocks. The rezone, again, is just the CRA-owned properties as well as the University of Utah property.
Okay, your map of yellow and red, those are the only rezone.
Right.
But the general plan amendment, or I'm sorry, the master plan amendment is for that whole.
It's for those whole 2 blocks. We realized that, we don't own all the property within those 2 blocks, but we hope by having the master plan in place that it will give some guidance to future development if those properties are developed by somebody else.
And when CRA does projects, do they have to follow all of the zoning rules and design review and all of that kind of stuff? They're not exempt from it, but the University of Utah might be exempt from those rules.
They could be. I don't know if they are planning on developing the property themselves. I know that there's some cleanup happening that they're going through right now, some environmental cleanup work. When it comes to the university, like state and properties like that, Nick can help out with this a little bit too, because I get a little confused. But typically, if it is for a state function, then they are exempt. If somebody were like a private developer were to come in and maybe lease that property and develop it as a private thing, I believe that they would be bound by city code.
So the properties that are in the master plan area but not in the rezone, what zone are they in? What is their?
GMU.
They are all GMU. Everything's GMU right now. Those will stay. These will change to D4.
Yeah, there's the zoning map there. So inside those 2 blocks, in fact, this whole area is GMU right now.
And D3 is kind of like a higher, that's an up zone to D4?
No, not necessarily. The D4 is an interesting zone now because that was, if you remember,
as part of the SEG stuff over by the Delta Center, the zoning, the building heights were increased in the D4 zone. I can't remember what the building
They were,
heights.
like, I think we didn't recommend it, but they were.
Increased to 600 feet. There's no rhyme or reason between the numbering system and the downtown zones.
Okay. Well, why aren't you doing D3 then instead of D4? What's the thing that
Because
D4
it only
has?
allows heights up to 180 feet.
Yeah.
That's the difference? And you want to go to 4?
We couldn't get the building
Go to
heights
4?
we needed
Okay.
with D3.
Okay.
Yeah, D4 made sense. D1, Central Business District, is another one that might work, but it just seemed a little disconnected from this area. It made more sense to go with the D4 zone due to its proximity to existing D4 zoning.
Oh, just a comment. I laud what the city and the CRA is doing. You know, coming in from either 6 South or 4 South, there's kind of a wasteland until you get further east. And this is just I think, pulling the downtown core even further west. I think with the land that the CRA owns and then with the university, as soon as I think, just add water, when the first building happens, then I think we'll see the second, third, fourth, and it will just grow because it's begging for development right now. So,
Yeah, I think, especially once USA Climbing comes on board, that is really going to be a catalyst, I think, for the area. We're also planning on putting 2 development sites of our development sites out and solicit for developers actually at the beginning of next year.
well, the plus of this area is you can jump on tracks or on Front Runner easily and go anywhere, north, south, east. That's a huge benefit over all of the parcels that are even south of this area.
Correct.
That are not quite close to the beach, but you can kind of see it. This is right there, and I think it's just going to blossom.
Yeah.
Go for it. Oh, I thought you had something. I do have something really quick. So I saw this being proposed to the city council a year, 2 years, 2.5 years ago, something. So I'm just kind of wondering timelines, like how quickly is this project moving? What's the 5-year time horizon? What are you thinking? What's the 20-year time horizon? Is this like a rapid thing, or is this like sit and simmer kind of a thing?
I think certain elements are going to be rapid fire, and then we're going to, that 400-foot tower is going to be a while. I may not see the 400-foot tower in, I don't know, maybe even in my lifetime. I don't know. We'll see what happens as the development occurs. But so we plan on breaking ground on the street improvements by next year. And like I said, we hope to put 2 development sites out through an RFP process at the beginning of next year. There's a time period of actually getting development on board, so it'd probably be a couple of years before we see that development take place. Like I mentioned, USA Climbing, hopefully breaking ground middle of next year. So there will be stuff happening, dirt moving in the next year or 2.
That's great to hear. That's awesome. Yeah, very cool. And then just kind of a slight off note, did I hear you say the Rio Grande plan had some kind of traction in some other department? Did I hear
no.
that, or
that
did
was
you
the
not
green,
say that?
That's the green loop.
Oh, the
Yeah,
green
I was
loop had
referring to the green
Okay,
loop.
great. Yeah, I was just confused. Okay, great.
Yeah, the green loop is being planned and dealt
In a different
with
department.
Yeah.
Okay. And also, just like I love that you guys are working on the mid-block walkways and mid-block breaking those blocks up. So thank you for doing that. That's all I have.
I was still in Q&A, right? We have to move to discussion. Okay.
Okay. So now let's open the kind of discussion between the commissioners. Do we have any?
I'll just quickly comment that I think this all seems really appropriate and positive, but also that it seems a little odd that if the city council is the CRA board and they had a hand in creating this plan, that it's coming to us for a recommendation to go back to them. Seems a little odd and circular. And I wonder how much our recommendation, one way or the other, matters, given that circumstance.
Fair.
I mean, I love the plan. I love the walkability. I love the mid-block crossings. I love the high density. I'm very enthusiastic about this, but I would be remiss to not ask about or to not talk about who is actually able to participate in this, because I don't think we can talk about this plan without talking about the city's absolutely horrendous treatment of our unhoused neighbors during Operation Rio Grande, right? Like, there is a direct line between the decision to clean up the streets and kick people out of their tents and destroy their property, and the desire to redevelop this property. So while I support this redevelopment, I just want to plant a flag that we live in a society that is structured so that in order to have amazing projects like this, a tremendous amount of violence must be enacted on the people who have the least. Thank you.
Thank you.
You know, I will echo some of that. But directly in this area, I used to live a couple blocks away, but since I moved and stepped foot in Salt Lake City, I work with Field Apart Ministries right in the middle of the map to provide meals multiple times a month for me, but they do it twice a week. And so, they've been, seeing this come in for a while and change their neighborhood. I think it's a great thing that there's will be development here, but there's a feeling around what's happening in the neighborhood and some rights that haven't been, some wrongs that haven't been righted in a sense. And so I think there's a lot of emotion there around it, but it's always been an anomaly for me for how it's not been developed. And I think this is the right path going forward.
Thank you.
There's no other discussion. I'll make a motion. Okay. I can't see with my glasses. This is for PLN PCM 2025-00180 and PLN PCM 2025-00181. Based on the information presented and discussion, I move that the Commission forward a recommendation to adopt this general plan and zoning map amendment to the City Council.
I'll second that.
Great. We have a first and a second, a motion and a second. The voting will be facilitated by staff.
Commissioner Vella.
Aye.
Commissioner Scott.
Yep.
Commissioner Rosenfield.
Yes.
Commissioner Leverett.
Aye.
Commissioner Krasik.
Yes.
Commissioner Burrows.
I vote yes, and I also want to say that I appreciate the comments by Commissioner Rosenfield and Commissioner Leverett on the neighborhood issue.
Commissioner Barry.
Yes.
Commissioner Barrett.
Yes.
That passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's the meeting. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for your attention to this late in the evening. I appreciate it.